Live now. All right. What's going on, everybody?
Yo.
So, welcome to the King Killer podcast. We're going to be covering the House of the Dragon. Similar to our coverage of the King Killer Chronicles, we're going to do a deep dive. Covering the House of the Dragon.
That's cool.
Yeah, let me turn that off. We're going to be covering the House of the Dragon, just going through each episode, doing a deep dive, and we're going to compare and contrast it versus the book Fire and Blood. And so we've already went through. We've watched the whole season, and now we're just doing this as a rewatch, kind of going into it deeper and going in to all the source material and covering things that they didn't cover, and also going through and kind of comparing and contrasting on some of the differences that they have with the books versus the show. For the most part, it's pretty good at adaptation. There are some quite a bit of differences, though.
That's one of the things I like in particular about this idea is you get to see how they use the subject matter and fleshed it out, what they left behind because it wouldn't make sense to try to adapt everything as is, right?
Yeah.
And then kind of taking creative license, to make things work in a way, because the timeline's the main thing, right? I mean, you can't stick everything with the same timeline. I mean, I guess you could in theory, but what does it work as a show? And I think what they did was great. I mean, I have I mean, obviously everybody has their own taste with certain things, but I think obviously it's successful. So
yeah, I mean, my overall view of the show, I thought it was great. I thought they did a phenomenal job. I thought it's as far as like just as an adaptation, it's a really good one. They're pretty faithful to the books. They make some changes for sure. They change around the timeline a lot and change around events like aging up characters or aging down characters, those kind of things. They make a bunch of those changes. But as far as the overall story, it's pretty much the story you get from the book. At least the way the book goes, if you've never read Fire and Blood, the way it is structured is it's written by this Archmaester Gildane, and he's just writing a history of the Targaryen family. And so Fire and Blood goes through the first half of the Targaryen reign, from Aegon the Conqueror through past Viserys, a little bit past Viserys. But when he's telling the story of the Targaryen Civil War, which is where we're kind of jumping off from at the end of season 1, he's using 3 different sources from the world from Westeros. So there's the sources were like Septon Eustace, who's in the show. He's the guy in episode 9 that's like the Septon that does the little mark across the Aegon's face and hands the crown to Kristen Cole. He's kind of the priest, and that's that little ceremony scene when they're crowning Aegon. Mm-hmm. And he favors Alicent and Aegon. And so, like, when you're getting his side of the story, it's largely favoring Alicent and Aegon. And so it's slanted in their direction. Then you got Grand Maester Munkin, who he's basing his accounts on Orwell. Or Orwell, whatever. And he's also in the show. But Munkin's on Orwell's account, that favors Rhaenyra. And then you get Mushroom, who is a dwarf who's like 3 foot tall, got a massive head. Also likes to say that he's got a massive wang, just a huge wiener. And I mean, dead serious, he does. He always is talking about it. And
isn't he like a jester, a court jester?
Yeah, he's the court jester, jester, and he's always given the real salacious tales. Like the more deprived the tale is, it's almost always from him. He's always coming up with whatever the story is, no matter how deprived the story already is. He amps it up another couple notches in his retelling. And so it's basically you don't know for sure exactly what happened. Like, I mean, because you're not getting this from a firsthand account. It's, like from
politicized.
Yeah, it's
cool.
There's people with slants, there's people with their own agendas, and then like Grand Maester Munkin, he wasn't even there for, at least for large portions of it. He's basing it on someone else's account.
So it's word of mouth. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's, but there's the three different versions. Some of them times they align, some of the times they're very different, some of the times they contradict each other. Sometimes they contradict their own story. And so you don't know exactly what happened, but you get a basic idea of what happens in the world through their accounts. And Grand Mace, our Archmaester Gildane will kind of give his own commentary from time to time on what he believes is most likely and that kind of stuff. So it's kind of a interesting take on the way to do history, because it would be similar to how we would do history in our world.
Mm-hmm.
And because when you're going through and you're pulling from these different sources, sometimes they do contradict each other, and you have to kind of, through context and through other, comparing other sources, try to find the truth. But it's really difficult to pin it down exactly the further back you go. The
You
further
have
back,
to, I
the
mean,
harder it gets.
the best you can do is kind of what he's doing is read as many sources as you can, right? Firsthand accounts as you can, because people always say, like, the victor tells the story, right? They're the ones that get to tell the story from their point of view. So they're the heroes, right? But if
Yeah.
you read from the other side's perspective, they're the heroes, or they're the, they may have lost, but they were oppressed upon, or what have you,
Yeah, and I mean, you can
Cool.
even see it like in Septon Eustace, and he's a Septon, so he's basically a priest. And so some of the things he's telling would seem to favor like the backing his own religion, like making their commentary more devout than it probably was. And so like he, making those kind of changes that promote their own agenda. And so you get that in this story and the telling of this history of this time period.
It's a really realistic way to do it, super cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and then so let's go. The way we'll do this is we'll just go through the whole episode, and we'll kind of go, scene by scene, talk about the scene, and then we'll talk about some of the differences and give some of the background on the characters. Um and then, before we kick off, so it's like it's like as the first century of the Targaryen dynasty. So the where it's starting off is with the very end of Jaehaerys reign. And Jaehaerys was known as the Jaehaerys the wise, Jaehaerys the conciliator, whatever, and Jaehaerys the old at the end. And so
Is
he
it?
reigned for 55 years.
Mhm.
He was the third. Let's see. There was Aegon was the first, then Aenys, then Maegor, then Jaehaerys. So he was the fourth king.
Is it pronounced Anis or Anus?
I think it's interchangeable. I think they all pronounced it, and probably knowing like the story on Aenys, they probably did call him Anus. He was not the best. He was not the best king. Kind of laid
That's
the
what's
groundwork for Maegor to kind of take over, and Maegor was a psychotic ruler.
Yeah, it's super cool, like looking at that group, because Aegon is very much a model, right? Almost like an Alexander the Great seems. I don't know,
Yeah,
in my mind. While Jaehaerys kind of seems like a um, Marcus Aurelius or something of
he
sorts.
was so Aegon. He stepped in, and with his two sister wives, you had Rhaenys, who the Rhaenys in the show is named after Aegon's sister wife, Rhaenys, who rode Meraxes, the dinosaur. So Aegon rode Balerion, the Black Dread. He's the dragon you see at the end of this episode, the biggest dragon in the world until it
Is
died
Balerion?
was
Oh, okay.
Balerion.
So that's the giant skull that they
Yes,
stand in the room with the candles. Okay.
yeah. So that's Balerion, and then you have Rhaenys who rode Meraxes. Rhaenys and Meraxes both died. There was a war when Aegon was trying to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. He was pretty easily able to do it against everybody except for the Dornish. The Dornish he could not conquer, and then one of the skirmishes with the Dornish, they actually knocked Meraxes out of the sky, killed Meraxes, and which also killed Rhaenys. Um, and then you had his other sister wife was Visenya, and she rode Vagar. And Vagar's the biggest dragon in the world currently. That is the
So still
dragon
around. Yeah.
that Aemond wears rides
Takes over from who died?
from Lena.
Damon's
Yeah,
wife.
Damon's second wife. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah,
Laenor.
that's so badass. So you
Or
say the Dornish knocked or killed Meraxes. Do you know like how? Like what in
you know,
particular?
some kind of arrow, basically, like not an arrow, but those like
Like a massive bolt?
yeah, like yeah, shot it with like a bolt.
Man,
I believe I can't,
I got
and
a
I
feeling we're gonna see some of that in season two. You know what I'm
oh,
saying? Like,
trying to take dragons down like that.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, for
what's that
sure.
type of warfare? They're gonna have to, right? I mean,
Yeah,
what I feel like we got in this first season. I mean, I know I said this to you, but talk about like using um, the visual arts. I feel like I know what it's like to ride on a dragon at this point, or
yeah,
like feel like I know what a dragon looks like. Because I mean, they get so in detail, especially with yeah, that big fucker. What was the
Vagar.
name? Vagar. Yeah, especially with that. Those last couple episodes where they really dove in, and we got to see an actual kind of skirmish. So
Yeah,
great.
yeah, and I mean, we even saw a little bit of the fighting style, like on the stepstones, where they would just go run and hide in the caves.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah,
Which is similar to what the Dornish would do. They would just scatter and flee. They weren't like standing toe to toe with dragons and weren't
yeah. It wouldn't,
idiots.
wouldn't make any sense. Yeah.
But like you saw, like they tried with Damon, they tried taking out him with the fire arrows, but the dragon just kind of
Mm.
lifted its wing and blocked him. And that, he got hit by one,
Yeah,
but
he got hit in the leg, right?
in the shoulder.
Huh.
But
Yeah, I
yeah,
remember. Yeah,
it didn't really do anything to the dragon. I mean, you're not going to take it down with just like a regular bow. Maybe if you like smoked it, perfect shot straight through the eyeball, and it just went deep into the brain or something. But you're not taking down a dragon with just a regular arrow.
I feel like I saw. If it wasn't in this, then in the larger series, I feel like I saw a weapon such as a big, massive crossbow style thing, that cranks back, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Feel like I saw that, but I don't know. I might be thinking of something else.
yeah. I don't remember if there is in this show, but in this season. But obviously, you would need something like that, like a major bolt being fired from a
Or just
crankback
a
machine.
bunch of what do you call them? What are they?
Crossbows?
No, yeah, the little
Oh,
ones.
slingshots?
Yeah, a bunch of slingshots on
Yeah.
the back of a dragon, just slingshotting people, right?
Yeah,
From that
some
high
guy
up, just
that's what
dropping
actually
boulders,
happens. This guy, they start calling Vagar Goliath, and this kid David
right?
comes out with his slingshot. They get raw on the nose in the later half of the stories. But yeah, so Aegon, he goes and he takes over the kingdom pretty easily, except for Dorne. Wasn't able to bring Dorne in. Dorne is still not part of the Seven Kingdoms during this show. They still that happens a handful of kings later after Viserys that
uh,
Dorne finally gets brought into the Seven Kingdoms. So, but he conquered everybody else pretty easily with three big dragons, and they were just torching everybody.
well, I was gonna say, it seems like that's the key, right? Is they're dragon riders, and it doesn't seem like anybody else was.
Yeah, that's the problem when you're fighting the Targaryens is if they got three full-grown beast dragons and your armies, don't have any. Like it's like fighting an army with, fighter jets and you have swords
Yeah, I was gonna say
and
it's kind of like
arrows.
fighting World War II armies with Revolutionary War armies. Like you're
Yeah,
not going to come
even
out of that
even
battle.
worse, even worse because you don't like with at least with like a gun, you could shoot a dragon with bullets and puncture it, but like those arrows are not doing anything to a dragon. So you have to get lucky with like a bolt, and even bolts, unless it hits it in the right spot, it's not going to even do anything. It's
Well, I was going to say,
very, very
so
hard to take down a dragon. It would be much easier to take down a dragon with guns.
So even like a regular arrow won't puncture the skin, right?
No,
Don't they?
no,
They
it's not gonna
literally
do
need
shit
like.
to it. No.
Is that what dragon glass is necessary for, or am I just grasping?
You're grasping like the dragon glass would be something completely different. That's not gonna. It's glass. I mean, it would just shatter on a dragon.
Hmm.
But the the dragons are very difficult to take down. They're almost never they're very seldomly taken down because of like people shooting them down. Every now and again it happens, but it's a lucky shot always. I mean, it's never like they're just dragons are in danger if they go after people. For the most part, if dragons show up and you don't have a dragon, you're dead. Your
It
army
feels
is if
like
it's caught out in the open, your army is going to get torched.
you got to find them when they're on the ground and try to capture, net it down or something. But even then, they breathe fire. So, yeah, you're definitely it's a big disadvantage to say the least.
And also one of the problems is like you still, even with a dragon, you still need an army behind you. You still got to come in and mop up because you're not just gonna be able to just do circles around and around and around, lighting them on fire until you
Mhm.
get every one of them. You still need an army, but you could have a much smaller army. Like Aegon conquered the kingdoms. He started off, he didn't have that many people behind him. He had a very small army. Eventually grew in size as he took out Harrenhal, and then he took out some other places that eventually started to grow. But for the most part, he started off with a real small army. But he showed up with Balerion to Harrenhal, and they're like, "Well, we'll just lock ourselves in our castle," and he just burnt Harrenhal to the ground. Like so, they were like,
Well,
we got our walls aren't made of wood; they're made of stone. And he's like, yeah, but the dragon breath melted stone. That's how hot it is.
I like they do a good job of using the stepstones to show that yeah, you still do need an army, right?
Yeah,
You can't just because I mean years and years and years, it like almost became a war of attrition. It sounded like,
yeah,
and then
because I mean,
Damon
you
went full
will.
on Billy
Without an
Badass.
army, you'll just go and hide. You'll stay out of the open if
Mhm.
and come
Guerrilla
out when the
warfare.
dragons aren't around. Dragons can't be everywhere.
Yeah.
They can't always be out. So eventually the dragons got to go and rest, and then you come out of hiding. And when the dragons show up, go back and hide.
Mhm.
So you still need an army, but an army makes it significantly it's a significant advantage, and so he just rolled through with 3 dragons and took over the entire kingdom and united it except for Dorne, who they couldn't get to because they kept going and hiding. But he ruled for 37 years. Now one of the problems is like the way that the succession issue is set up in the show. It starts much further back. It starts all the way during Aegon's reign, because Aegon, he had his kid Aenys, who's his first son, and his Aenys' mother was the Rhaenys, who died. His mom was the one who died, but so she had one son to him, and then his other sister wife, Visenya, she had Maegor, and so Aenys was the first son, Maegor was the second son. But then when Aenys had his first child, which was Rhaena was there was already debate. Would Rhaena be over Maegor as well? Would Aenys' first child be above Maegor? Did she push down Maegor even further down in the line of succession? And so when this debate was going on, that should have been that was their first opportunity to nip this in the bud and lay out what the line of succession was going to be. Like say, okay, look, here's how it's going to be. Here's the law. It's going to be the first son, or if the oldest living son, or the oldest living grandson, something along those lines. And if none of those are available, then the oldest living brother. So they had to have some kind of line of succession set up that eliminated the the
The
ability for the
debate.
king to just kind of pick and choose.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they could, but if
And
they set the precedent early, you can kind of eliminate that.
Yeah, well, yeah, because the precedent takes hold, and this is the Rainey's we know, right?
No, no, no. This is during Aegon's reign. Rhaenys is the sister wife of Aegon. She died probably 100 years before the Rhaenys we know was born.
Oh, I thought you were talking about daughter of Anus.
Aenys daughter was Rhaena.
Brana. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah,
Is
no,
that the one we know?
these are all
Okay,
before
okay.
they all the people in this show, they're all like Jaehaerys
Oh
grandkids.
yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, yeah.
And so like they're much older.
This is
Um
like 100
yeah, this is
something
in
years
the,
before.
like the story takes place at about 101 AC. That's after conquest. So 101 years after Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms, he reigned for like 37 years. And so this is during the children of his reign and his grandkids, is who I'm talking about. But so Rhaena was Aegon's grandchild. She's dead by the time this story takes place. The House of the Dragon. She's dead. All these people
I
are dead.
gotcha. Gotcha. All
But
right.
so when she was born, Maegor the Cruel, there was debate on whether he would be moved down another notch in the line of succession. Before he was just behind Aenys. Now it was like, is he also going to be behind all of Aenys' kids, including a daughter? And so there wasn't any. They weren't nipping this in the bud when they had the opportunity. And then once Aegon passed away, Aenys took over, and he ruled for a very short time. He had his own. His dragon was Quicksilver. People were asking about some of the dragons, so I'll mention them. And if they're still around, Quicksilver gets killed. Maegor, Quicksilver gets taken by Aenys' eldest son, Aegon, another Aegon, and then Maegor ends up killing Quicksilver with Balerion. So Maegor takes Balerion when his dad dies. When Aegon the Conqueror dies, Maegor takes Balerion. When Aenys died, his eldest son took Quicksilver, and then Maegor killed Quicksilver. So Quicksilver's not around for the show. But Aenys ruled for 5 years. Very weak, very indecisive. There is immediately, as soon as Aegon the Conqueror died, this kingdom it was used to have, and everybody was used to being their own king still, and they were still used to ruling themselves. And so, as soon as the Conqueror dies, they're like, now it's our chance to
Let's go
reestablish
back.
our kingdoms. And
Yeah.
so he was immediately getting pushed, and he was just being a big puss about everything, indecisive. Was scared to send people to go deal with problems because he didn't want to leave himself undefended and leave his kingdom undefended. And so he wasn't going out there and taking care of shit. And Maegor used those opportunities to step in with Balerion and establish himself as someone to fear and as
So
like a
basically,
legitimate authority figure.
it swung one way, then swung all the way back. Because Makor the Cruel, right? He ends up being pretty
And
vicious about it.
yeah, Anes was a real nice guy, and like he couldn't understand why people were pushing up against him. He's like, "Oh man, I'm such a good guy. Like, what's everybody's problem? Why can't we just all get along?" It's like one of those types, and couldn't understand why everybody. And it similar to Viserys in the show, except for Viserys has got some bite to him. He'll snap
Hmm.
back at you.
Hmm.
Anes was not like that. He
Yeah,
was a pushover.
Viserys is a great balance, man. He's such a great balance where and you get they do a really good job of presenting that because early on when you're watching it, you're like, he seems like, oh, this guy's kind of weak, kind of a pushover. Damon's calling him weak. He's not really checking him too hard. When Damon calls him that. And so you're kind of getting that feeling, but then he does push back. He does call people out. He does assert himself, but he keeps sliding back to, God damn, can't he just wants his
Yeah,
family to get along at least,
yeah,
so you're feeling his frustration throughout. Plus you feel for him if you're a human being, because his fucking body's falling apart.
yeah.
It's brutal.
Yeah, his performance is phenomenal. The whole
Yeah.
entire show, including
Well,
the from the jump.
and casting and directing, I think was absolutely tremendous. Like they really hit the notes, and being able to balance that out with him. And I like so the way you're explaining it. from those middle two, and he's trying to. You hear it a lot where he's trying to be another Jaharis, or he's asking that question. You know, what's my legacy going to be? Am I going to be another Jaharis, or people going to call me Anus? You know,
Yeah.
like who am I going to be? I'm going to get looked at as weak because I haven't done this. And I also like what you're saying. Like they could have nipped the major conflict in the bud, which is the conflict that we're dealing with throughout the whole first season, right? That's kind of the crux of the
Yeah.
problem.
See, the problem was like Aegon was like, what's the Anus is the heir. So like problem solved. Don't need to deal with it. And like
Yeah,
they
he
weren't
has that attitude.
codifying it. They were just like, yeah, I just pick him. He's there. Boom, done.
Yeah,
And like they're
it's
not
that.
realizing that you're it's eventually there's going to be conflicts, and we see that
Yeah,
immediately after. As soon as he dies, there's immediate conflicts as far as succession is concerned, and then we get a break with Jaehaerys, but Jaehaerys doesn't codify anything. So as soon as
mhm.
Jaehaerys is gone, we get the conflict brewing again.
Yeah, it's that vacuum, right? It's an interesting sort of thing that happens where people are like, well, I won't be around, so whatever. It's like, well, it's not really whatever. Like if you're the conqueror, like if it kind of it does fall on him to establish this, and
Yeah,
because he doesn't get
they were basically
established,
just
just
putting
keeps whipping
band-aids
around.
on it and like, well, I picked this person, that's good enough. We're good to go. I've solved it for my generation. Good luck.
Well, and one of the ultimate ways, and it's a really interesting dilemma to present as well. Is one of the interesting sort of weak outs is, well, I'll have a council. Seems fair, right? Well, there's more representation. But then also it's from the perspective of a ruler, it's weak because you're not being assertive. You're saying, well, it doesn't fall on me. They decided. It's not my fault. Why are you mad at me? It's that council
To
decided.
to an extent, it's a little different with Jaehaerys. I'll go into why Jaehaerys had to do it this way. Jaehaerys got kind of backed into a corner, and he didn't really have much of a choice. But it's because they didn't take care of the problem long
Early
before
on.
it
Mhm.
became a bigger issue. They just kept letting it fester. And so then Anus, he gets all like his kids go out on a march around the kingdom to go see everybody and check in with the people. They stupidly don't bring their dragons. They end up getting getting put into like get to a castle and it gets surrounded, and so they get kind of locked up. And Anus has a panic attack. It's kind of left up in the air, like he either died from basically from stress and like maybe ulcers or something. But he either died or Visenya, Magor's mom, killed him. One of the two.
Mm,
We
mm.
don't know. I would bet she killed him, but we don't know. It's not spelled out. It's not even really. It's not even something where they imply that she. I can't remember if they imply she might have killed him or not. But when you read it, you can definitely tell. Like there's a chance she decided he needed to go, and they needed
Because this
someone
is yeah.
strong because shit's starting to fall apart. And
Mhm.
and when Aegon was ruler, Visenya was more than just like his wife. She was like a queen ruler too. Like I mean, her word had weight to it. It wasn't just Aegon ruling by himself. His wives shared the rule with him.
Mm.
So she was much used to a much more powerful position before he died. And then her, you know, Aegon's first kid from her sister. She's basically the aunt of Aenys, but
Mm.
she either
So she
killed him
loses
or
authority.
couldn't save him. One of the two. She was taking care of him when he died, but as soon as
That
he dies, it,
that real quick, that sounds like her authority, from what I'm hearing implied, it's kinda sounds like she lost authority that she once had to
yes,
some
yeah,
degree,
very much, yeah,
because
very
yeah, so
much to a big
that would
degree.
be that's a problem. That's a problem for someone that's used to ruling, for a number of reasons, but one of them being, "I know best because I
Oh
ruled
yeah,
over
for
a
sure.
time that was better, and you're fucking this up. Let me
And she
step
probably
in."
did in that situation. She was like, I mean, she's brutal, and there's a reason Magor is Magor the Cruel. She was a brutal woman. Rhaenys
Yeah.
was, it sounded like Rhaenys was the one that Aegon actually loved, and Visenya was like the who he married out of duty. And
Mm,
even though they're both his sisters, and it's all, it's weird. And one thing to give, in case, because I put this poll up online, and about half the people did not know there's a reasoning behind the incest with the Targaryens. It's not just that, they want to keep their bloodlines pure because they're super awesome. It's they're the only ones left in the world that can ride dragons. And the reason they can
mm,
ride dragons where the Valerians can't, they're both from Valeria. The Valerians are Valerian. They're both from the same place. They're both from Valeria, but the Valerians can't ride dragons. The Targaryens are dragon riders. And so the split was the people who could ride dragons, there was something magical done that gave them that ability. And so their concern was that when you go and you start having Targaryens sleeping with other families, that you're diluting the magical connection that they have with dragons, and that the further out it goes and
mm.
the less pure the bloodline gets, eventually you're going to get to a point where they're not going to be able to ride dragons anymore. That magical ability is going to disappear.
Are the Valerians that we see in season one that do ride dragons? Is it because they are
They're
half Targaryen?
Targaryen. Yeah, their
Yeah.
mom's
Okay.
Targaryen, Rhaenys.
Just for the record, also, I mean, this is very topical for today because if you look at any porn, I mean, incest is huge.
Yeah, yeah. They're obviously
They're following that trend.
there's something magical going on. There's probably dragons involved. They're trying to keep their bloodlines pure for dragons. So yeah, it's hugely popular tradition that's trying to be brought forth into the real world.
I didn't when you brought that up, I wasn't aware of that. So
Yeah, so
I
I mean, it's
appreciate
more.
the
It's not just like the Cersei and Jamie situation. It's there's a method to the madness. Their concern
mm,
is that if they went out and just spread out to all the other families, that eventually the bloodline's going to get thinned out where they're not going to be able to ride dragons. But also when people are sitting there talking about like there's incest involved in the Targaryens, like there's incest in all of these kingdoms. If they're all marrying royals, there's only so many royals, so
mhm.
eventually you're marrying your cousin or your aunt or someone like.
I mean, dude, that was going on in our world,
Yeah,
right?
100%. There's only
That's
so many royals. Like, I
and
mean, if you're limiting yourself to you're only sleeping with royal families, then yeah, you're not going to be able to avoid the incest problem.
the interesting thing about that too is that did actually keep the peace for a long time in our world. I mean, and it did bring about affluence and a lot of, I mean, massive growth in civilization within our world. And once it all came apart, we got world wars. So there's something to be said. I'm not saying it's all because of incest, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, I don't know if the incest is like
it was the glue holding it
is.
all together.
Yeah, think it
No,
was
but yeah.
more, where if you got to spend the money to go fight the wars, it gets pretty expensive.
Well, I think there's that. I think there's also knowing your enemy, right? And having dual allegiances where, um, you know, your weak, like your strength can be their weakness, and you kind of you're up against each other, but the mutual threat is kind of quells the actual.
Yeah, for sure. I
It's
mean,
better
there's
to be
definitely a
peaceful
reason
than
why they
to
would
actually.
unite families and make political alliances, and not only to protect themselves, but to put themselves in a situation where you don't you if you start a war, this other guy's got to have your back, or if they start a war, but then you also don't want to be fighting for each other, so you guys both kind of agree not to go out starting stupid wars
Well, yeah,
and have
it's when
someone
those.
behind your back who's going to be like, no, don't do that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's also when these alliances strengthen everyone, right? All boats are rising. Why rock the boat? You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So yeah, I'm pro incest. You got me. You
Yeah.
sold me.
Yeah. It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
you you sold me, man. I didn't know that's where you were going, but I'm now sold. Good job.
But then we get Magor. So when Aegon dies, his eldest son and his daughter was the firstborn. His eldest son was Aegon. And so you had Rhaena and Aegon got trapped in a castle. And Aegon also had two other kids. He had a second boy who was named Viserys, and then Jaehaerys was the third boy and the fourth son from Aenys. Okay, so but Aegon and Rhaena were like the heir apparents, the king and future king and queen. They were, when Aenys died, they were surrounded in a castle. I can't remember which castle, but they were in a castle. It might have been with the Lannisters or someone like that. And Maegor used that time to swoop in and take the throne for himself. He didn't go and, rescue them and then put them on the throne. He just went and took the throne himself and took care of the
Mm.
problem. Like when Aenys, the reason Aenys went to Dragonstone, and that's where he died. And there was kind of an uprising with the religious element in King's Landing, and there was an assassination attempt on Aenys. So he bolted, and he died in Dragonstone. Maegor came back, took care of the problem, and reconquered the land again and established himself as king. Eventually, he gets in a fight with Aegon on swordback, and so Aegon is riding Quicksilver, and Maegor's riding Balerion. Balerion eats Quicksilver like it's nothing, just tears him apart, and so that killed Aegon. Then later on, Viserys and Jaehaera, and he's got Rhaena, Viserys, and Jaehaera, and their mom, Alyssa Valerian. He's got them, but Alyssa takes Jaehaerys and also his younger sister, who he marries, which her name was Alysanne. They escape with the dragons. They escape Maegor, and when they escape, Maegor torches Viserys to death. And so Maegor kills Jaehaerys' two older brothers. One by a dragon, the other one they tortured to death. And then eventually when Maegor dies or gets assassinated, Jaehaerys was the last, the oldest living son from Aenys, and that's where his claim to the throne was. But Rhaena was the oldest child of Aenys. And so they passed over Rhaena for Jaehaerys. So this
Mm.
again set up that kind of that conflict. Wasn't like there was a law or anything. They just felt Jaehaerys was the best option. He was like 14 years old at the time, and he had a lot of support behind him. And so the Baratheons were big backers of him. And so when he took over, he just stepped in and he basically, took her spot, Rhaena's spot, the oldest living child from Aenys.
Mm.
And that, because they could have codified it again there. That could have been the time where it's got to be the oldest living son takes over. And they should have codified it. You just had a usurping where Maegor took over, and then Jaehaerys, kind of usurps Rhaena because there's no established rule or anything set up. They should have established it then. Jaehaerys needed, and his council, they should have established it right then and there, but they didn't. And so then the problem festers. Jaehaerys, he has a bunch of kids. He rules for 55 years. He marries his sister, Alysanne, and they rule for 55 years. Jaehaerys, he rode Vermithor. Vermithor is the dragon you see at the very end that Daemon goes into the caves and sings that song to. It's just a massive looking dragon with the funky teeth.
Mm.
You see at the end of
Yeah.
the season. And
Yeah.
then Alysanne rode Silverwing, which both those dragons will come up in season 2. They were both mentioned at the end of season 1. They will come up again in season 2. But that's whose dragons are. Vermithor's the second oldest living dragon behind Vhagar. So
Mm.
Vermithor's a massive dragon like Vhagar is.
How long do they live? Do we know?
I don't know. I mean, Balerion lived, probably at least 100 years
But he was
more.
killed.
more than 100 years. He
It's
was alive
sounds
before the Doom, so yeah, more than 100 years. He just died of old age.
Oh, he did, okay, I was
Yeah.
gonna say because it sounds like most of them are getting killed or they're dying in battle.
Yeah, some of them die of old age. Valerian, is one of them. I don't know if I don't know if there's another dragon that's mentioned that dies of old age. Most of them die through fighting or battle, something along those lines. But Valerian dies of old age, and he was over 100 years old by the time he died. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure how long they live,
I
but
wonder
I would
if
say at least
it's
100 plus years.
I wonder if that means he's, like, flying real slow, but real reckless too, like in our world.
I mean, the bigger ones are slower.
Yeah, but I mean, then they're real reckless, they don't pay
Yeah,
attention to what's going on around
he's
them much.
backs out of the dragon's cave and just like stomps on everybody,
It just doesn't look.
runs everybody over. Like,
I don't have
yeah,
time for this shit.
Valerian.
So the one, the second to last episode where, the queen that got passed over when
Rhaenys.
Viserys, yeah, is her dragon super old? Because they kinda did the same thing, just stood up, started whipping around and murdering people.
Yeah.
But an old man too?
Rhaenys, her dragon was, let me look off the top of my head. I'm drawing
Check
a
this theory.
blank. She rode, she's Meleys. That's right. Meleys. And so, Alyssa Targaryen, who is Jaehaerys' mom, she
Mhm.
rode Meleys. Or no. Alyssa Targaryen is the fifth born child of King Jaehaerys. That's right. Alyssa is Viserys' mom. So Alyssa Targaryen is
So
Viserys' mom. She
fairly
flow.
young.
What?
Fairly young dragon then.
I mean, somewhat. I mean,
It's not 100 years.
Viserys was like 26 when he took the throne, and his mom. It's like 50 years, probably in that range.
No, it's about halfway.
Yeah,
Alright.
not
Starting to
that
get a little
young.
reckless. Yeah.
Not that young.
More like a station it's like a station wagon at that point, you know?
Yeah, but yeah, so she took over Viserys' mom's dragon, and
Alright.
then but Jaehaerys had a bunch of kids, and so there was big problems. Like this is what establishes like the succession issues once he takes over, because like at first the first person that he put as his heir, because he didn't have any brothers that were alive. He didn't put his sister as his heir. He put her daughter, the oldest living son of Rhaena and Aegon. So he kind of established it that the heir would have to come through us, at least a male heir, and so it couldn't pass through Rhaena. It would have to pass through his brother, and so that it would go to Arya Targaryen. And then he has his own daughter, Daenerys. She was the heir for basically 2 years. She replaced Arya when she was born, or Arya. And but then once Aemon was born, he passed her up. He passed Daenerys up. And then there was an issue like,
When
okay,
you're saying all these people are getting passed up, are they dying?
no. They're the other one's
Being
born. It's getting
replaced.
passed up. Yeah. And so I'm saying they're getting passed up, not because they died. I'm saying that's why I'm saying passed up, because they're still
Okay.
alive to get passed up. They're not getting replaced because they're of a death. But some of them do end up getting replaced because of deaths. But Aemon passes up Daenerys when he's born. And then there was a debate on between Alysanne and Jaehaerys. They were sitting there going like, why isn't it Daenerys? Why wouldn't she be the heir? Why would it go to Aemon? And he was like, it doesn't matter. We're going to marry them together. They're going to be king and queen together, so it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. And so he was just passing the buck on the issue again
Yeah.
instead of
Yeah.
establishing it, codifying it. Daenerys ends up dying. Aemon gets married to another woman. He marries Jocelyn Baratheon, and she was the daughter of Rogar and Alyssa Baratheon, or Alyssa Valerian, two people from previous reigns. And so he marries a Baratheon, and he has a daughter, Rhaenys. He has Rhaenys from the show. So that was the first
Okay.
grandkid of Jaehaerys, is Rhaenys. His younger brother is Balon, and Balon, he marries his sister Alyssa Targaryen. That was the one that flew Rhaenys dragon that she flies now, Melee's. And so Balon and Alyssa get married, and they have Viserys and Daemon Targaryen from the show. She also had another son, but she died shortly after giving birth to that son, and then he died within the first year of birth. So their mom died. Balon never remarried, never had any other kids. So Viserys and Daemon were born to Balon, who was the second oldest living son of Jaehaerys at the time, and Aemon had Rhaenys, who was the oldest living son, and Rhaenys was the oldest living grandchild. Okay, so that's the order for grandchildren. You had Rhaenys, then Viserys, then Daemon.
Okay.
But they had a bunch of kids. They had 13 kids, Jaehaerys and Alysanne. 13 kids. All but 2 of them died before Jaehaerys. And all but 3 of them died before Alysanne. She died a little bit before Jaehaerys. But the two that survived Jaehaerys, one was Sarah Targaryen. Crazy story. She was just a complete defiant shithead. Ended up becoming a whore, and the other side in like Volantis or somewhere like that. She became like some, whore in some other city, kind of ruling her own little kingdom over there as she got exiled by Jaehaerys for just being a complete whore bag and just doing all kinds of crazy shit. Just a terrible person. But it's super interesting. I would love to see her story play out more than any of the other ones. She's kind of hilarious in her defiance and just the stupid shit she would do. It's like, what are you doing? What? Just total self-sabotage. But then the other one that survived was Vagan. He became an archmaester, and he was just like a weird kid. Wouldn't talk to anybody. Had no interest in getting married, family, anything. Just kind of read books. Didn't like to talk to anybody. Was just an asshole to people for the most part. Didn't know how to be social around people. So the only 2 that lived were probably 2 of their worst kids. And the rest of them, like Aemon, he was the heir for 37 years. He was basically molded to be the next ruler, and then he gets shot by an arrow, like a stray arrow hits him in the neck and kills him. Guy wasn't even aiming for him. He was aiming for the guy that he was standing next to, and he just got hit and killed. And Balon, then there's an issue like, okay, should it go to Rhaenys, the Aenys child? Because Aenys was the heir, should it go to his oldest child, who's Rhaenys, his only child? Or should it go to the next oldest son, who's Balon? Jaehaerys chooses Balon over Rhaenys. She was younger, and Balon was just the better option to be the ruler at that time. And so
it seems like
chose him.
It keeps the choice. You keep saying it's not being codified, but they keep going to the male, right? I mean, that seems to be the case.
They keep going to the male, but they're not locking it in place that that's what you have to do. They're still debating the issue every time. And so like when they did it this time, you see there's much bigger cracks. When he chose Balon this time, Corlys Velaryon, who had recently married Rhaenys, and she was pregnant with Lena, and the oldest daughter that's in the show, their oldest daughter. She was pregnant with her at the time. And so when Rhaenys got passed over, Corlys flipped out. And so he quit his positions as the master of ships and also as like the admiral of the king's fleet. He quit both those positions, took his family, went to Driftmark. So it caused a big rift with their most, the Valerians and the Targaryens are joined at the hip from the beginning. They'd been like Aegon the Conqueror's mom was a Valerian.
So they're the biggest allies.
Yeah, and they weren't dragon riders, but they're also the only other people from Valeria that are still that are hanging in Westeros. And
we do get the impression, I mean, obviously with the character you're talking about with Corlys, that they rule the seas, at
Yeah,
least at this
yeah,
the time that we're
especially
in.
him. Yeah, but yeah, and
Yeah.
The Valerians, like before, you know, they'd been always the master of ships for the kingdom under the Targaryens. That was just like it
Mm,
was almost like their birthright to that position. And
mm,
so when he leaves, it's kind of a big deal, and it causes a big rift. He's not, also the richest you know, the richest family in Westeros at that time because of all of his voyages. But so he dips out, that causes a problem, and then you have you know, Balin gets the position, but then Balin, he's heir for like 9 years, and then he dies. And they talk about it in the show. You don't know if he got poisoned or whatever, but he went out on a hunt, got a stomach ache, was dead
mm.
a few days later. And it was just kind of out of nowhere. Could have been that something happened, that, you know, that's not suspicious, but it also could be that he got taken out because by someone poisoning him. And it's implied in the show when Viserys talks to Otto. He's like, "Hey, pretty convenient for you that as soon as, you know, Balin dies, my dad dies, you take his place, you know, and
Mm.
become Hand of the King."
Yeah, yeah, I remember, they didn't they talk about that also? I thought I heard something about that when they were going to the hunt, right? When they were going,
I
to
don't
find,
remember.
the white hart?
He mentions a hunt when he's talking to Otto. He's like, you know, he
Mm,
goes on a hunt and he dies shortly after that. But I don't remember if they mentioned Balin dying suspiciously during the third episode. I don't think they do. I think
mm,
you're thinking of when Viserys actually brings up the fact that Balin went on a hunt. You know, when he confronts Otto. But regardless, he dies, and then the issue again comes up, and now it's like, does it go? So they're like, okay, so now there's the only living son of Jaehaerys is an archmaester. He doesn't want the position. He's not going to take it, and so he's not suitable for the position to begin with. He's a fucking prick that doesn't talk to people. But so then it's like, okay, who does it go to? So obviously, if it has to go to one of his grandkids, it should go to, you know, the first heir's you know, child, the first grandkid. It should go to Rainey's again. And if it's not going to go to Rainey's, it at least should go to her, because it has to go to a male. It should at least go to her son, Lenor. And
mm.
so because Lenor has been born by this point. And then Lenor was like 7 years old. And then the other option was Balon had two boys who were both older than Lenor. I think at the time Viserys was probably like 24, 23, 24 in that range, and Lenor was 7. So there's a debate who should get it. And so the reason they call this council is because this time Corlys is like, no, we're not getting fucked over again. It's going to my kid. And you know, to my either to my wife or to my kid. Someone in my family is going to become the heir. And so he starts amassing his fleet and amassing an army. Daemon, Viserys' brother, he also starts amassing an army to defend Viserys' position. And so there's a conflict moving towards the kingdom. Jaehaerys calls his oldest son. They don't know if he offered him the kingdom or not, but regardless, Vagan didn't take it. And then Vagan put forth the idea of, let's have a council where we bring in all the families. Everybody who's got a claim can submit their claim, and then we'll let the entire kingdom decide who's going to be the heir. And we'll
And
just make
that's
it that way. It's everybody gets a choice in the matter. And then if, you know, someone gets chosen, we can avoid like a civil war.
that's the Archmaester that didn't wanna
Correct. Yeah.
it wasn't at all appropriate? Okay,
Correct. Yeah. So he came
interesting.
back and he put forth that idea of that council. So that's where the show begins. Is all
Mm,
these problems in the succession kept festering, kept building up, started to boil over in Jaehaerys' reign when because he had, you know, what they called Aemon and Balon, the heir and a spare, and both of those guys die. And so that just
mm.
completely spun things out of control to where we get to this point where we're on the verge of a civil war breaking out with Daemon building an army and Corlys building an army. and so that's where we begin the story of what eventually breaks down into a Targaryen civil war.
So it's been
So
brewing for decades.
for almost 100 years, it just keeps popping up, and no one takes care of the problem, and they just keep passing the buck. And this was the biggest attempt to try to codify it, but they don't actually codify it because obviously Viserys just makes his own decision in episode 1 and in the books as well.
Mhm.
But
Well, and then that decision ends up getting faltered in the end anyway, right?
yeah, yeah,
So
because because it's just like it would have if Jaehaerys would have chose Viserys himself without
mhm,
this council. He just said it's going
mhm.
to be Viserys. There would have been war as soon as he died between Corlys and Rhaenys on one side and Viserys and Daemon on another, and then the kingdom would have been split. The Baratheons were loyal to Rhaenys because Rhaenys' mom was Jocelyn Baratheon, and so they had the Baratheons, which is a big family. The Viserys, they probably also would have had the Starks. The Starks go when they go to during this event. The Starks backed Rhaenys. They were one of the few houses to back Rhaenys. It was more out of spite. The Starks were still pissed at Jaehaerys because his wife gave the Watch. They gave him some chunk of land that they felt they were better suited to control. They were like, if you give it to the Watch, they're gonna it's gonna get abandoned. They're gonna waste it. It's not gonna be used. You don't know what you're doing, and don't just give away our land. And they did it anyways, and exactly what the Stark said was going to happen happened. So they were still bitter about that shit. And
You
so
said they
they
gave away the watch to whom?
to the Watch, they gave land to the Watch, the Night's
Oh, I
Watch.
gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. And so they gave a chunk of land that in the north that belonged to, the Starks by and large, but they would have, it would have been a stronghold for another family that the Starks would have chosen to maintain it and watch. Instead, they gave it to the Night's Watch, and the Night's Watch ended, didn't have the men and just abandoned it. And so it was just not used. And so that exactly what the Stark said was going to happen. So they were
Mhm.
still bitter over that. So they, instead of backing Jaehaerys' first choice, which was Viserys, they backed Rhaenys. And so Rhaenys would have had some big time backing. It wouldn't have been, a minor problem. This would have been a major civil war if
That makes
Jaehaerys didn't
sense.
try to solve it here.
That makes sense. What it's given a lot of weight, because they come back to it over and over and over again. Which make that makes sense. The way you're explaining it makes sense. I'm curious if there's any further explanation, if they go into specifics about why the council is made up of who it's made up of. Like who chose? Is it just these are the most powerful people, representation of the biggest houses, or
Yeah, it was all the lords, like the Starks, the Lannisters, the Baratheons, the Aarons, the Dornish came. Yeah,
so
basically
they
the
all have a
people who were like
representative?
would have been kings if it wasn't for the fact that they were underneath the king.
Hmm,
They were just kind of the Lord Stark or Lord Lannister, Lord Baratheon, Lord
right.
Highgarden, those skins. So the lords of the land all chose, and they were all invited. They had it at Harrenhal because they didn't know how many people were going to show up, and so they needed a
Hmm,
big ass castle. And so, but a ton of people showed up for this. It was a massive event,
hmm.
and yeah, you choosing the next who's going to be the next ruler.
Yeah, it's
So
huge.
yeah, all these lords would want a voice in the matter. And part of the thing is they ended up by basically like a 20-1 margin choosing Viserys. And you would think a large part of that is that their line is already set where they're passing down theirs to like the oldest male heir,
Hmm.
either the son or grandson or brother, someone along those lines, but it's a male heir. So they don't want to establish the precedent of having a female heir can be able to take the lands because some of those guys have older
Screws up their
sisters
own. Hmm.
and
So it screws up their
their
own
claims would be
lineage.
threatened. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, man, that would make sense where it's like if even in their own realms, even in their own houses, they're doing this, then that would seem to imply codification or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or at least the ease to do it, right? I mean, if everybody's sort of on board, it's not then it's not real. It's not real controversial.
No, yeah, it throwed some cold water on a simmering problem. And now, like as far as like some of the kind of the differences here in the book, the Jaehaerys was not there for like the deliberations. It could have been a case where the way they have him like read the results, that I mean that could be the case the way they did it. Uh, but also they um, the choices weren't down to Viserys or Rhaenys. The way because they changed some of the ages on the characters. Corlys married Rhaenys. He was 37. She was 16. Okay, and so
Mm,
she would have been like 16, maybe 17 at this point in the books, and she was pregnant with or whoa. That was the so she would have been about like 20, 26 at this time, and she would have had Laenor and Lena, and Lena would have been the oldest child. She would have been about 8, and he would have been about 7, right in that range. So she was put forth as there was 14 claimants to be the heir. Most of them were dismissed out of hand. It was people like one of Sarah's kid, the prostitute, and Volantis, Jaehaerys' daughter, that was still living. She put
mhm.
forth 3 bastard kids from her prostituting, and they were just like, yeah, no. And then like someone claimed that he was Jaehaerys' bastard, and Jaehaerys immediately just tossed that dude in the clink. It's like, no, I don't have any bastards. Get out of here. And so some of them were dismissed along those lines. The others had, very limited bloodlines. They were basically like distant cousins. And then, but the top choices were Viserys and Laenor were the top two. Rhaenys and another woman, maybe Sarah, were dismissed because they were women because of their sex. Oh no, it was Lena. Yeah, so Lena was passed over for Laenor because of her sex. So Rhaenyra's oldest daughter was passed over as well as
Mhm,
her because of their
mhm,
sex. So they were just dismissed because of that. So in the book, the choice comes down between 7-year-old Laenor versus 26 years old, 24-year-old Viserys in that range.
mm.
And so it's not between Viserys and Rhaenys. She was out of the running as far as the top two were concerned. She was probably in the top 4 with her daughter, but she gets passed over.
Does Viserys within this series, is there a point where Viserys says you should have been queen?
I don't remember if he says that or not. He wouldn't have said that. I mean,
I
in
felt
the
like he
book,
said
like
something along.
Corliss says it to her a lot, but I
No,
don't know
I
why
know, I know he
Viserys would say
does.
that. Would be ridiculous for him to say.
I thought it was something like that, like to catch her attention or something, which she, I don't know. I guess if that's not the case, but I thought I remembered something like
It's
that
possible.
happening.
I'll criticize it if he does say it, but um, because if it would have caused a major problem in the kingdom, Viserys was the right choice. Again, you have these lords that have older sisters.
Well, I
You're
mean,
talking about
what
causing major problems.
yeah,
That's why he shouldn't have chose his daughter
Daenerys. Yeah,
uh,
because look what
as
does
heir. It
happen.
was a bad decision, and look at the result.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like,
Look what
yeah,
does happen.
no, you're
So
wrong,
they've,
Viserys. Look what happens when you do what you do. You threw the whole
yeah,
kingdom into chaos.
yeah.
You change it forever with a bad decision. So no, she was not the best choice. And her, but in the show, she doesn't have her kids yet. Her kids aren't born in the show, so they're not on the table. So it's she's the choice. And the reason for
Oh,
that
I
is
hear
when they
you. I
jump into
got
the
you.
next scene,
Mhm.
a lot of the events that they're showing, and like it's a 111 AC, and the first scene with Viserys as king, a lot of those events take place in like 104 AC, like 7 years prior. And so that because they mixed those around, they aged down her kids, they aged down Allison, and so that they were all more in line with Rhaenyra's age
Mm,
in 111 AC. But most of those events would have been taking place. Rhaenyra, at this time, she's basically like 4 years old, and it's 101 AC. So she would have been like 7 or 8. When to give an example, when Cole beats Damon in that turning fight,
mhm,
that's portrayed from a turning fight that happened when Viserys took power. So that was like his coronation tourney, and that's when Cole beats Damon in a joust, and then he beats him in a melee, and he gives Rhaenyra his favor. But that happened in 104 AC when she was like 7 or 8 years old, and then she was smitten with him and pressured Viserys to make him her like protector, her personal
mhm.
guard, and because she had a crush on him, basically from that event. But that happened when she was like 7 or 8. In the show, this happens in 111 AC when she's like 15. So they
And
age
instead of
things
instead
around.
of instead of his coronation, it's the celebration of Aegon,
The celebration of his firstborn son.
son. Yeah, I thought he named Aegon. Am I wrong
I
about
think he
that?
names him Balin. I think he names him after his dad.
Oh yeah, he dies. Shit, forgot. That's right. He
Yeah.
doesn't the
Yeah,
king
this
for a
isn't
day.
Aegon. No,
No?
yeah, no. Aegon's from a different, it's from Alicent, so he's not with Alicent in
I
the first
I guess
episode.
I have egg on my face.
So uh,
Oh man, that was good.
yeah, this is a
So
Fitz
good.
joke.
So good.
Um, but yeah, so that's kind of the groundwork for where we're at. So that's one of the big differences. Is it should have been Lena or Lanor instead of Rhaenys, but because of the show, the way they structured things, Lanor's not alive, so they make it about Rhaenys, and she's getting passed over because of her sex, which she does get passed over because of her sex in the book. But it's not simply a sexist thing;
It's
it's also an established rule where the
mhm,
men would they had a lot of these men have older sisters that would have claims to the throne. You would be throwing the realm in chaos if you made it where it could just go past to anybody unless you like set it up where it wasn't going to
creates
start for another 100 years or something like that. But even then it's going to get fought, so it's good. It'd be causing a problem because this the way it's been in this play, these lands for thousands of years.
it's an interesting choice they make because it would be I think it would be tempting to have the double blow to Corliss that not only did his wife get passed over, which he keeps hanging on to, but his son also. I'll say that would be tempting to have in the show because it's a double blow and it makes him more spiteful. But
Yeah, and
I
he
see why they went the way they went. Go ahead.
well, in the small council, which comes up later, when they start talking about like a potential heir after his wife dies, Corlys puts forth his wife again instead of his son, which I think that was their opportunity to introduce the son into the mix as an
Mhm.
option, and they don't because they really wanted to. That obviously shows that they really wanted to focus in on the women not becoming rulers thing,
Yeah.
and so instead of focusing in on the families, but even then, it's still you just change the focus slightly to where it can't pass. The heir can't pass through a woman. The crown can't pass through a woman
Yeah.
to a male heir. It has to pass through a male to a male.
Yeah, that's why that is an interesting choice to have taken because it's still I mean, once you get into it, I get that it's early on in the season and all, so the optics maybe is more, appealing to just it's that woman gets fucked over again, but the house itself, that's impactful, and the fact that it would be the heir from a woman, they could emphasize that, make that point, and that still makes the same point, you know?
Yeah,
So, yeah, that's a little
yeah.
surprising.
And so then you got over 1,000 lords made the journey to Harrenhal,
Oh,
and
shit. A lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of freaking people. A lot of people. A lot of minor lords, obviously, in there. But pretty much everybody who's everybody showed up for this. And then so you got Viserys, who's her younger cousin, and they choose Viserys by about 20-1. Wasn't even really close. And then the way they say this happened is basically this is 109 years into his reign. And let's see if I can get it. It is now the 9th year of King Viserys' reign, 172 years before the death of the Mad King Aerys and the birth of his daughter, Princess Daenerys Targaryen. So we're talking about 111 AC, and then Aerys died in 283 AC. So there's 172 years, and then that's about 187 years before Robert Baratheon's death. So basically, like another 15 years later, after the Mad King died, Robert Baratheon died. So that gives kind of a timeline for about where Game of Thrones starts, is about
So
basically
that
187 years after this event.
so make sure I follow that. So the Mad King Ares dies. Robert Baratheon takes the throne within a handful of years.
Immediately.
Oh, okay. So like that night or within days or
Yeah,
something.
within days. Yeah.
Yeah, and the whole thing was like Jamie could have sat on the throne, right?
Correct. Yeah, Jamie's the one that killed him.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
killed the Mad King, and then when Stark, what's his face,
Burned
Ned
them
Stark
all.
was showing up. He showed up and got there just after it. But the Mad King was about to set King's Landing on fire, and so
Burn it all.
Jamie took him out, and then Ned
I think
showed up,
that's where
and then
is it,
that was it, and Robert took over, and then Robert lasted about 15 years from there.
is that where the phrase "We don't need no fire, we don't need no
Yeah,
water, let the motherfucker burn."
he's the one that said it
That,
first. Yes.
that's where it came from.
Yep.
That'd be great if R. R. Martin homaged. I don't even know like the
Billy Joel.
exact
Is
references.
Billy
I don't.
Joel the
That's
first
not
one that
Billy.
did it?
That's we didn't start the fire. That's a completely different feeling, man. Completely different, message. But
Pretty much the same thing.
because they both have fire involved,
Yeah,
you're
anything
just
with
going with
fire
that.
basically means the same thing.
Okay. Okay.
This book, Fire and Blood, it's an homage to it.
Backdraft. How's that involved?
Yeah, exactly.
Somewhere.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's the okay.
But yeah, and then so let's see. So the first scene we get is this beast of a little creature here.
Yeah, they set the tone, man.
Yeah, man. Like the dragons look so freaking good in this show. I was
Yeah,
I
that's
was very surprised with how good the dragons looked.
well. So I was going to say that earlier. There are a couple things. I was very impressed because I did not expect this show to be as good as it is. I expected underwhelming, frankly. Um, it's so great. And talk about like the use of how to use special effects. Man, they spent whatever budget they spent on the dragons was worth it. Was well worth it.
Yeah, all of that. It looks phenomenal. So her dragon Syrax. So Syrax is a dragon that is mentioned in a dance with a dance with dragons, or it's in one of the Song of Ice and Fire books. Tyrion brings it up, but it's a spoiler, so I'll wait until the end. There's a couple spoiler things that are shown in this episode that I could mention, but I'll wait until the very end of this recording, and then I'll give a heads up that I'm going to talk about some
So
spoilers that would go into things that are going to happen later on.
oh, so spoils for the House of Dragons
Correct.
series.
Yeah.
Oh, look at
Yeah.
you.
But Syrax is her dragon that she rides, and then so she lands in the by the dragon pit, and so these guys that are watching the dragon, they're the dragon keepers. Some just a little bit of background on them. Balerion, when he returned to there was that girl I mentioned. Her name was Arya. She was Jaehaerys' niece. She was his first heir until his daughter Daenerys was born. She was also an heir under Maegor, but she was a little petulant child. She took Valerian, and tried to escape her mother and just kind of go do her own thing. I don't know what she was thinking. We never know what she was thinking. But she takes Valerian when she's like 11 years old or something like that. And
Wow.
Valerian, instead of following her, he just does his own thing and he takes her to Valeria after the Doom. And it's a volcanic, mess. Whatever happened there is blood magic. I mean, it's a nightmare zone. And so she was gone for like a year or so, or at least months. And then all of a sudden, Balerion shows back up in King's Landing and lands. He's got like Balerion's this massive dragon, and he's got wrenches in his wings. He's got this like 9 foot gash in his body that was still dripping blood and everything. So something there. There's some crazy shit in Valeria, and she could barely speak. She was all like gaunt and skin and bones. And then her skin was like one of the maesters described it as like touching it was like sticking your hand in like boiling water. Um, and they like put her under ice, and then they threw her in an ice tub. And he's like, I hope it killed her right away. But there was like living like worms with faces and hands and feet, and that like came crawling out of her and then died from the cold of the ice. But they were like these fire worms with faces and everything. So there's some crazy shit going on
Wow.
in Valeria.
That's some scary shit. That's a Halloween episode, bro.
Yeah. That like when the way it's described, the maester was like, I'm never going to speak about this again. He's like, I'm just putting this down here, but I'm never talking about this. he's like, I can't escape the images. He's like, I can't escape what I saw.
That's insane. Wow. Okay. I mean, just to consider. So, how long were they gone? Do you approximately?
Like a year or months. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it wasn't that
Yeah,
long a period of time she was gone.
that had to have been gnarly.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So yeah, she made a mistake. Like Balerion decided to go when she got on him. Balerion's like, hey, I'll take you to my old stomping grounds, my old home where I grew up. And she didn't really have any control of Balerion. But when Balerion got back, because she had taken the dragon from Dragonstone, Jaehaerys decided to create an order of 77 warriors that are called like the Dragon Keepers to guard the royal dragons, to make sure someone can't
Smart.
go in and snatch up a dragon from them or
Even
get in
young
there.
children.
And which also throws into question, where were the fucking dragon keepers when Rhaenys just walked back there and took her dragon?
Yeah. Well, and then also, well, no. So, what's his face? I always draw a blank on these names. Eye Patch. He takes one
Aemon.
not from the Targaryens, takes ones from the Valerians, right?
Yeah, that was at Dragonstone, or was that maybe it was at Driftmark?
I think it was a
Yeah, it was at
Driftmark.
Driftmark, and yeah, and he was just like kind of chilling outside,
Hmm.
so he didn't
That him
take him.
idling, that
Yeah,
El Dorado idling
yeah.
outside.
So he
He
wasn't
just got
like
in the
being
driver's
guarded by
seat.
anybody.
Big mistake.
Yeah, well, I mean, it worked out for him. He got himself
That's
a
my
badass
dragon.
dragon.
Not anymore.
Yeah, it's like I have the biggest dragon in the world now, so suck it. But yeah, and so they were Balerion was stashed in that dragon pit. Then this is also where they interred Jaehaerys' ashes and stuff like that. So the building of the dragon pit and the establishing of the dragon keepers was kind of a theme throughout, from
So, actually,
Aegon's to Jaehaerys' reign.
that's kind of a cool origin for the name. You said it was Arya, right?
Uh, it's Aerea, not like
Oh,
Arya Stark. It's
I was going
area,
to say because
basically.
someone that goes off on their
Very
own, and
similar.
yeah,
Yeah, and they are very similar. There's a lot. He's got a lot of tomboy girls in his story. A lot of them meet terrible, terrible fates. But like the Viserys' mom, Alyssa Targaryen, she was very much a tomboy, and she was bawdy as shit. Like she was sitting there, like they said, like when Balin and her got married, like you could hear her screams throughout the castle and shit like that. And then like the next day, she's like, I took him for a ride, and I'm going to take him for a ride again tomorrow, tonight or whatever. And she's like said that just like super body and everything. So and very much tomboy, like broke her nose at one point, didn't give a shit that it, kind of mangled her face up a little bit, but she was big into riding her dragons, and only thing she liked riding more was her husband.
Apparently.
Yeah, no, and I mean that's from her. That's what she said, literally.
That's a direct quote.
Yeah,
That's funny.
but
She's got her own show. Yeah.
yeah, so
Good
she
for her
was
show.
she was pretty bawdy, but there's a lot of tomboys in his stories, a lot of them. Different
I was more
personalities and everything. They're not all the same, and some of them,
well.
different roles and everything. But there's
That's great.
definitely differences where you got some warrior girls, some tomboy girls, some ladies like Sansa, that kind of stuff. He's
Mhm.
got a good variety of different type of women.
Right, and then that's ideal, right? That's the world.
Yeah,
The reason why I brought it up is because Arya. I mean, she ends up doing something completely different. Did not want her role of what she was supposed to serve in the first place, and ends up being a completely different individual, which is cool. Builds out the world, fleshes things out. So
yeah, and then so we meet first Sir Harold Westerling. So he's that Kingsguard. He was saying, "Welcome back, Princess." Here, this is Sir Harold Westerling. So in the book, if we were in 111 AC again, a lot of these events that they're showing, like this tourney, they just modified it from stuff that would have taken place like in 104 AC, basically like 7 years before. So, but as far as if this was actually 111 AC, he would have died like a year later. So because he becomes Lord Commander in 105 AC when Redwine dies. Ryan
mm,
Wedwine is the Lord Commander in this episode. He dies. It's his death is mentioned in the second episode. That's why she picked Kristen Cole to become a new what you call it.
Gold Cloak,
No, not Gold
or
Cloak.
yeah, sorry, Knight's
Whatever,
Guard,
whatever the
King's
seven
Guard.
Kingsguard. Yeah, one of the Kingsguard. Just because Redwine died. Ryan Wedwine is like a famous knight in the world. Like he started winning a bunch of tourneys when Jaehaerys was king, then eventually became a member of the King's Guard, and then eventually he became Lord Commander. He also was Jaehaerys' Hand of the King for a short period of time. And so
Before
when Septon
Otto.
Barth died,
Oh, okay.
no, yeah,
Yeah.
but he was before Otto. So it went like Septon Barth was Jaehaerys' Hand of the King for like 40 years. Real great dude, low birth, but like a great, right hand man. He died. Then Jaehaerys chose the Lord Commander, which was Ryam, and then he was terrible at it. And so then eventually gave it to some Balin. Balin died. Then he gave it to Otto.
Hmm.
Otto replaced Balin.
Otto was in the right place at the right time after he poisoned it. Well, whatever. The suspicion.
Or yeah, whatever happened. Who
Yeah.
knows what
Yeah.
happened with Balin? But yeah. So Ryan Wedwine, you'll see him. I don't even think he speaks in the show, but you'll see him standing in the back during one of the meetings. You see him a couple of times, but he was a legendary figure in the world. He's not really discussed in the show very much. It's just like a
Hmm.
brief mention of him when he dies. But so the Westerling would have been Lord Commander at this time in the book, and then he would die a year later, and he would get replaced by Kristen Cole at
Now
that time.
in the show, doesn't he just quit?
Yeah, he quits during
Yeah.
their little meeting, and
Yeah.
that's how Cole becomes Lord Commander. But in the book, Cole was already Lord Commander before that event happened. Cole was Lord Commander since like 112 AC. So basically, like a year later, Cole was Lord Commander. So those are some of the things they kind of changed around because of the changing the dates of when some of these things happen. It has ripple effects, and so that you see that like a lot of these guys, like this guy, he would be Lord Commander. He'd be dead a year later. Cole would already be a Lord Commander, and he would already be a Kingsguard member already, and he would become Lord Commander the next year. But they changed it around, so a lot of the events that happen in 104 AC are happening in 111 AC.
Hmm.
But that's him, and then you have Queen Alicent, eventual Queen Alicent Hightower. She mentions Caraxes, who was first ridden by Aemon, Jaehaerys' eldest son, who died with the arrow in the neck that I mentioned. And then Daemon took that dragon. So Rhaenys is flying Viserys and Daemon's mom's dragon. Daemon is flying Rhaenys' dad's dragon. So they're both were like giving each other middle fingers, I'm guessing. Like, oh yeah, you're gonna take my mom's dragon? I'll take your dad's dragon. What's up now? Or vice versa. But yeah, so they both snatched up their aunt and uncle's dragons. But yeah, Craxy is kind of a beast of a dragon. And then in the book, so here's some of the differences. Like in the book, Viserys marries Alicent in 106 AC. His wife died in 105 AC, and then he married Alicent basically a year later. And Alicent at the time was 18 years old. And here she's probably like 15 years old in 111 AC. So basically aged her down. She would have been about 23 at this time in the book, and they aged her down about 8 years so that she's in line with Rhaenyra. Because Rhaenyra in 111 AC would have been about the age she is in the show, 15. So in
Yeah,
order to kind of line them up, they aged Alicent down about 8 years and changed some of when some of the events happened.
There seems to be a lot of effort in terms of their timeline changes to backstory Rhaenyra. It seems to be a lot of
Yeah,
the
I think they
whole.
wanted Rhaenyra, and they probably didn't want to have to start the story with Rhaenyra being a little kid. They probably, because she's such a central figure, they probably wanted an aged up actor. And so by aging, making, events that would have happened when she was like 7 or 8 happen when she's like 15, that changes other things around. And then to get everything else to line up, you got to age some people down and you got to move some of the events around. And because of that, and those kind of things. So I'm guessing this is all a ripple effect in the show, not wanting to start with Rhaenyra being a little kid. But that's, as far as it goes, Allison is about 8 years younger than she would have been in the show in the book by this time. And Rhaenyra was basically like 8 or 9 years younger than her in the book. So they were friendly in the book, like they had a decent relationship at the beginning, but eventually they had a pretty obviously had a big rivalry. They were not like childhood friends or anything like that in the book. I mean, once they became kind of enemies, they stayed enemies. There wasn't any of this like, oh, we used to be friends and used to be close. They were never that close. They were just friendly for a time. So, and then also like because of the way they changed things around, like in 111 AC, the Aegon, the elder, the Aegon who becomes king at the end of the season, he would have been 4. His sister would have been 2. Aemon, One Eye, he would have been 1. And then Darren, the youngest son from Alicent and Viserys, he would have been born about 3 years after that. And then also Jaehaerys, her Rhaenyra's oldest son, he would have been born about 3 years later. So they would have been well on the way to, pumping out kids by this point. Rhaenyra would have been about 3 years from starting it, and Alicent would have already had 3 of her 4 kids. and so that also changes some of the events. So when you're starting in 111 AC, because Viserys ruled for like 26 years, in the show he rules for around 30 years, and then so they had to add some length to his reign too, to make everything kind of fit because of the way they structured things. But yeah, so they had a pretty good, solid relationship in the book until Allison started having kids, and then shit went sideways after that when she became a threat.
So yeah, I was going to say that they speak to it. It's pretty much because she's a threat.
Yeah, and Allison was, she was pushing for her kid to be the heir, for Aegon to be heir. It wasn't
Mhm.
She wasn't like some passive Rhaenyra supporter. She was pushing for her kid to become the heir in the book. So yeah, there was a definite rivalry between them because they both Allison wanted her kid to become heir, and Rhaenyra wanted to become heir herself. These sets are amazing though. I
Yeah,
don't know how much of this stuff is CGI and how much of it is just location. It's hard to tell.
yeah, that's a great sign, right?
But like this wagon and these horses are obviously real, and a lot of this stuff is set. Like I'm sure, like a lot of this is CGI in the back, that sky and that kind of stuff, and the top of that castle. Sure, all that's
It looks
CGI, but
it looks great. Yeah, I mean when I was watching the show, I'm in it. Nothing takes you out, at least as far as I was concerned.
what really stands out, like what they did a really good job of, is like once you get inside the castles, the
Mhm.
interior sets are dope.
Yeah.
Like this stuff looks freaking cool. Like this whole hallway, everything, like the banners, everything. It's got all the lighting and all that kind of stuff. All these candles that are lit, like the just the attention to details is massive. Like this
Mhm.
stuff up here, just that all those candles on that thing. Like it all just looks cool. Like you don't think about it when you're watching the show, but when you're going back through and you're kind of doing, deep dive on it, you notice those things more. In the show, it's just like it just keeps you immersed when you have all these details. You're not
Yeah.
looking at them all, but you stay immersed because it doesn't throw you out. Sometimes like you go in a show will go into an interior and it was like, whoa, where'd all the money go? And it's like it looked great on the outside. What happened? You guys couldn't afford to make it look dope on the inside?
Keep this authentic.
Yeah.
They stick with a tone that is it's very much for the most part muted. There's moments of levity, but like the set design and whatnot, it has a dark tone overall, you know. At least that's the way I felt about it. All the interiors kind of feel that way.
Yeah, and yeah, they look fucking great. And then so you have Queen Emma, and she is the daughter of Roderick Aaron and Dela. Dela was one of Jaehaerys' daughters, and she was a little frail, timid girl, tiny thing. Eventually, Jerry's like was like she wouldn't get married. She's scared of men. She's scared of everything. And then he just got fed up with it, and it's like she's got to get married and she's got to pick someone. So she picks Roderick Aaron. He's a good dude, older than her, but seemed like a good dude. But she got pregnant, and then she died during the childbirth, having Ama. So her mom
Mm.
also had problems with pregnancy. She was a frail little thing, and so that carried on with Ama as well, who also was having a lot of miscarriages and stillbirths and those kind of things. So
Again, sets the tone. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, and like that line right there, like you'll lie in this bed sooner. There's a lot of duty, sacrifice, that's the tenor throughout.
yeah, and she would especially know it. I mean, her mom died giving birth, not
Mhm.
immediately after giving birth to her, but like like a couple of days later. And she survived, but
Carry that around the rest
she
of your
never knew
life.
her mom, and
Yeah.
her mom was basically pawned off on the Aaron family and to have kids and to for an alliance and those kind of things. So that would have she would have had that drilled into her. Then she's marrying um her cousin. Viserys is her cousin, Ama's cousin, and so
Mhm.
because Dela would have been Viserys' aunt. who's a younger sister to Balin, who's Viserys' dad. So, but in the book, she died in 105 AC, which is 6 years prior to this event in the show.
She died the same way.
Yes, and
Needlessly.
they don't describe like the cutting her open and that kind of
Yeah,
shit,
I hear you. But
C-section. But yeah,
birth.
she does die
Giving
during
birth.
the birth. Yeah,
Hmm.
and the son only lived for like a day. So same as in the show.
I mean, I know I'm jumping ahead, but man, setting the tone with your audience, in the first episode and having this king have to make this decision, it's brutal, man.
What
It's
what's
it's
what's real cool is like when I was doing the rewatch of this, like the scenes with Aemma and Viserys hit quite a bit differently because of you see throughout the show how much he actually cared for Aemma. I mean, you see it in this
Mhm,
episode. I mean, he's obviously devastated when he loses his wife, but there's also the loss of his child and that kind of stuff. But really see it, and through the years, like when he calls Allison Aemma at one point, and
mhm.
then at the end with he it seems like um, he's kind of calling to her and those kind of things. Like he obviously cared about her immensely. And then so like when you get their kind of scene together and then the scenes with him losing her, it hits a little differently once you have more background on the character. And also too with Damon, same thing. When you're seeing his
Mhm.
reactions to his family at the funeral and like kind of the look on his face, it's felt differently once you understand how much he actually does care about his brother and his family.
Yeah, and yeah, you do get that feeling. They do a good job of, and it's subtle, but you do get that feeling with Viserys throughout that he definitely genuinely did care. It's kind of that death that never leaves him. It's not like there's duty involved, but it wasn't like that
Be
in
tough
in
too,
this
like if
regard.
you're the one that had to order it.
Well, and we get that feeling
I mean, she was
also
gonna die anyways, but
well, I was gonna say we get that feeling also in the sense that in his decision to allow Daenerys tells her marry whoever you want. You get to have the choice. I'm not going to choose your suitor. So that to me that almost feels like a call to like I loved your mother. I want you to have the same thing.
yeah, yeah, and so I mean, but I imagine that he had to marry Ama initially out of
Yeah,
kind of a duty thing.
yeah, seems like it.
I
But
don't remember it. I don't think they really mentioned much of him getting married. You actually hear more about Dela. There's a little, the little story of her sad life is told in the books. So I
mm,
more recognize Ama because through her mom and what happened to her mom than anything significant about Ama in the books. Just kind of
mm,
mentioned that she had a lot of mis
miscarriages.
miscarriages and died during the last birth. But yeah, so again, more of that incest thing going on. Rhaenyra's one of them true Targaryens out of cousin love,
She carries the seed.
and she brings it back by getting with her uncle later on. So all comes full circle. But yeah, then we get the small council. So the small council would have been a lot different by this point in the book, because in the book, Otto is replaced by Lionel Strong in 109 AC. And so this is 111 AC. So he would have already been replaced by Lionel Strong in the book as far as this time period. Corlys Valerian never sat on Viserys' small council. He left in a huff when Jaehaerys passed up Rhaenys for Balin. So he hasn't been on the small council ever since. So he wouldn't have
Mm,
been the master of ship for Viserys. So that's 100% change to bring him in. Doesn't really matter. It was not that that big of a deal. But this in the books, it would have been Tyland Lannister, who eventually does become master of ships later on. So they had Valerian kind of leaving a huff in the show, but that that happened under Jaehaerys' reign and for a different reason
mm.
in the books. And here he does it because Viserys doesn't choose his 12-year-old daughter to be his wife.
Mhm.
which is a weird, it's their weird culture where that stuff's normal. But yeah, super weird.
Yeah, well, I like that they actually show the 2 of them walking together, like,
Yeah,
Viserys trying to have a conversation with a child and, realizing that's where it really hits home where you're like, "Oh, yeah, they would have to, actually live together. How
yeah,
awkward would that
yeah.
be?"
And he's
Um,
just like be married to her, just like and waiting, and they would be like, "Oh, well, she had her period, so now you're good to go." Like, oh
jeez.
man, this
Yeah, it's
is
brutal.
gross.
Yeah, that's brutal. I understand. The choices they make a lot of sense, though. I would say in the sense that bringing in Driftmark the way they do, having him on the council makes it a lot easier and expeditious or efficient for the storytelling aspect to be able to have him involved in the way they have him. Plus, he's going to have his own show, right? So it's going to help in that regard because now it's fresh in people's mind. People know who the character is, all that. But then they also wanted to play that whole the Valerian family ensconced with the Targaryens that all it's kind of it's an important linchpin, if that's the right word, in this scene or these scenes to have him like that other side that's kind of playing both sides to some degree. Like, and he even gets called out, I think, in one of these scenes where he's like, he backs Damon, but then he backs his wife. I think that's
Yeah,
what happened.
yeah.
Yeah.
Later on, yeah,
So it's
in
like,
this
well,
this
nah, bro,
episode.
you can't. Yeah, you can't do both, man. We're all over the place. What are we doing here?
But yeah, I don't have any kind of problem with this kind of change. I don't even have a problem with the changes as far as them moving events around and everything. 'Cause as long as they kept to the basic story and they just kind of moved some
Mhm.
things around, that I was fine with all that. None of
But
this was a problem for me.
and it's close to the real story, right? It's close to the truth, you know?
Yeah,
So yeah, I mean, it's kinda nitpicky to
and
even
it's
mention.
I mean it makes sense. Like in a TV show, you don't want to start off with one of the leads being a little kid. I hate little kids in TV shows. Like they almost always make the show worse. Like it only works like in like a comedy or something where the kid
Yeah.
doesn't need to be a good actor. But in a serious show, having a little kid in it almost always is a mistake. House of Dragon does a good job. They have some younger actors that are able to pull it off. I don't know what they did, but like they should train other shows on how to do it because most other shows do it very badly.
Yeah, the
Obi-Wan
young
Kenobi was a prime example of a show that did not do it well. And it's not the little kid's fault. It's the
it's the
fault of
directing,
the director and the coaching and all
showrunners.
that kind of stuff is and the writing. It's just like, whoa, man, you try
The
to lean
young
into goofy little kid. Well, that's going to play with other little kids. It's not going to play with adults.
the young Aemond is great.
Yeah.
He's really good, and,
Yeah.
well, and, like, she's not that young, but the one that plays Daenerys, she's great, man. She
Yeah.
does
So she's
great
like,
things.
Rhaenyra, you
16
mean?
something. Yeah, sorry, yeah,
Yeah.
Rhaenyra.
Rhaenyra, yeah, she's like what's her name? Like Millie Alcock. She's like 18 or 19 or 20, maybe even
Mhm.
21, something in that range. She's
She's a
not that
young
young.
looking 21.
Yeah. She's definitely
Oh,
over 18. She's in that 18 to 21 year range, I would say.
mm,
Allison's
yeah, like
actually
childhood.
younger than her. I think she was like around 18 when the show was being filmed. She's a little older now, maybe 19 or 20,
Mm.
but she's actually younger than Millie. But yeah, she does. She looks young. She can pull off 15 years old. But man, you see some 18-year-olds, like you don't notice it when you're growing up as a kid. Like you think 18-year-olders look old when you're like in middle school, and you don't think 18-year-olds look young when you're 18 years old. But then once you get around like 30, 40, you're looking at them like, whoa, those are like little kids.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember going to a bar at some point, it's probably in my mid-30s or something, and, it was a restaurant, but they had a bar. I remember looking, I was like, "When did they hire all these children?"
Yeah.
And, my buddy was like, "Dude, you're just getting older. They're not children. They're all just like, 21, 22." I was like, "Yeah, man, I guess I am getting old."
Yeah.
You know?
You definitely notice it. Definitely notice it. It's eyeballs change, I guess. Um But yeah, and then so Tywin Lannister would have been that. But yeah, they are making a show about Valerian Corlys. Corlys was a badass. They don't do his they don't do his character enough justice. I think they do a fine job with him. I think he's fine, but he was much more of a badass in the book,
He
especially prior to these events. Like he was already on ships when he was like 6 years old, scrubbing the mast, cleaning, working. He was working on a ship as a 6 year old. Then he got control of his own ship, started building his family's wealth. Then he went on these 9 voyages, which they're going to make a show called either nine Voyages or Sea Snake. Goes on these
nice.
9 voyages, which eventually make House Valerian the richest family in Westeros, ahead of like the High Gardens and the Lannisters. So he is a badass, like a pirate, ship trader, pirate type of a guy.
That'd be dude, that's so great. I've been wanting a show like that. Like not necessarily. I mean, I love all those descriptions, but
Uh,
specifically a legit pirate type
yeah,
show.
a
I've been wanting that
Westeros
my whole
pirate show would
I've been wanting
be
that my whole life.
awesome.
Yeah.
And like
Yeah, that's
the
dope.
9 voyages, he was going all over Westeros, so you could show different lands like Karth and the places in Essos and all those kind of things. And then also he kind of tried to go north, and he goes all over the place. He
I
explored
hope
further than most everybody else.
I hope between now and then the wig technology steps up a little bit,
I
you
don't
know?
have a problem with his wig.
Well,
It's
they're gonna
on
have him at
his like
different
12-year
ages.
old daughter, and then
That's what I mean.
eventually his granddaughter.
If they're
Those
gonna
two
have him as a
wigs
kid,
look weird.
but that's what I'm
He's
saying, if
not
they're
going to
gonna have
be. They're not going to show him as a six year old. They're going to show him as like a 30-year-old, 35-year-old on on the oceans, captain going on his 9 voyages.
so how old is he here?
He would have been 37 when he married Rainey's, and then this would be about 20 years after that. So he should be around like 55, 57 in that
Mm.
range.
Oh, right on. Dude, yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm excited to see, what they do with that.
Like the Rainey's marriage happened after the 9 voyages, but again, she should be
Right
much
on.
younger than him. So there's two of the things. Like as far as the books, I mean, he's a Valerian, so he's a white guy. He looks like a Targaryen in the books. He's got the silver hair, the purple eyes, the typical Targaryen look.
Mm.
And then his wife does not look like a Targaryen. She's got like black hair and different colored eyes. I can't remember. I think I got
She
it
had
in a
light
note.
eyes. I remember she had dark hair, light eyes, some type of light eyes,
Yeah, I can't. I know I wrote it down. So like, I'm sure once she gets,
which usually, in my experience, that's the crazy girl.
yeah,
I was gonna ask though, so, fast forwarded to Robert Baratheon taking the throne. Is House Valerian relevant at that point?
is House Valerian at this point.
No, Robert Baratheon takes the throne. Is
Oh,
House Valerian still a
I mean, they're still
formidable?
around, but no, they've been greatly diminished by the time Baratheon comes around. The Valerians make a lot of bad choices. A lot of bad shit happens to them, but they make some stupid choices, take some
Well,
big
one
risks.
gets cut off, half his
They're a
head gets
risky
cut off.
bunch. They definitely got that same Corliss mentality where he's out there doing that 9 voyages, taking massive risk and gambles to, that paid off for
Well,
him.
so
Other ones take some big risks that don't pay off.
so his brother, right? We get a glimpse of that
Yeah,
fiery
he's a
risk
cousin.
taking.
Yeah, he's a cousin in the
Oh,
book,
okay.
but yeah, he makes obviously a very stupid decision on challenging them. In the books is different. Like in books, he challenges Rhaenyra's kids' right to be the heir of Driftmark, and Rhaenyra sends Daemon to go and cut his head off, and then they feed his body to her dragon.
Mm,
And then two other cousins show up at King's Landing and broach the subject with Viserys, and Viserys has their tongues cut out. So all around bad
mm.
decisions, bad decisions to question his daughter's heir, basically calling her a whore to,
Well,
her face
especially
and his face.
well, I mean, once the head's cut off, that should probably settle it, to then go and be like, "Hey, man, what
He
you
cut
doing?"
your whore daughter, who's got illegitimate kids, who shouldn't be heir. That whore cut off our cousin's head. What are you going to do about it? Well, I'm going to cut your tongues out. So you're not going to talk about this ever again. How about that?
Pretty brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a brutal world. I don't recommend talking shit to a king to his face in this world, or a high ranking lord. Seems like a big risk. Big risk if you don't have the
Seems like
power
a
to back
big
it
big
up.
risk. Yeah, big risk with, little possibility of reward, or not massive blowback, which what we're seeing is massive blowback is the direct result.
This is one of those worlds where you just got to kind of take your lumps. You just got to kind of accept it. You just got to take it and just move on and try to live a life without being noticed by the kings. They like to cut tongues out, and that sounds awful. But yeah, and then so the rest of them, we have Lord Lyman Beesbury. He's the guy on the right there, and then Grand Maester Malos. So Lord Lyman Beesbury, he would have been here at this point. He was the master coin, and probably for the whole time for Viserys. I don't know if Viserys had a different master of coin. Grand Maester Malos would have been Runciter for one more year in the book, but Runciter was cut out, and so they just put in Malos a little sooner.
What's,
Um,
Runcitor?
he was a Grand Maester. He's just not in the show. He
No, but
died.
I mean, what does that title mean? What is a Runcitor?
That's his name, Grand
Oh,
Maester Runciter.
that's his birth name?
Grand Maester is the title. Runciter is his name.
Oh,
This
alright.
guy's name is
I got it.
Grand Maester
I
Malos.
I thought Runcitor was like a special title of
No, no, no,
of
no. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
No,
alright.
that's their Malos is this guy's name. Grand Maester Malos. Malos is his name. Grand Maester is his title. So Grand Maesters are basically like they go and they study all the different things like
Mhm,
medicine. They do the pigeon or the crows that are sending the messages. They study science and different things where they can go and educate the kids. They can be the medic and those kind of things for the people. They're kind of a jack of all trades, university,
yeah, I
professor
was gonna
type of
say
guy.
they also seem to be in some way like theology, you
Not
know what
so
I
much
mean?
the theologians or the septons. They would
Uh,
probably study theology and like have some kind of understanding where they could talk about it, but that's not. They're not like particularly religious.
got it. So
They're not religious
they're the
figures.
physicians, basically.
They're like the university nerds. And then the septons would be the priests. But yeah, they would still. I mean, they're performing medical procedures, and they could still have some theology, just like
Well,
anybody else could
I only
have religion. But that's not their particular role. Isn't necessarily religion, unless it was maybe like education
well, I
on the
only
side.
say that because they seem to give counsel, um, which borders on sort of like theological problem solving.
Well, they
You know what I'm saying?
definitely
Like,
are viewed like as kind of the counselors to kings. They get put into places like they basically the line is if the king's there, king speaks. If the king's not there, the hand speaks for the king. If the king and the hand are not there, the grand maester would speak for the hand and the king. So he's like the
mm,
third in line of if the first two aren't around, he's the one that would step in and fill that void to speak for the kingdom. So it's a
gotcha.
high position, and
Yeah, yeah.
and most of the lords of note have grand maesters, and they're the ones they're reading all of the back and forth. They're getting all the inside dope on what's going on in the kingdom, what people are saying to each other secretly. They're talking to the kings privately. They're also talking to their other
Big
grand maesters,
political.
so they would have
So
access to all the inside secrets of all the families, and then they would be also collecting that information and sending it back to the archmaesters and the people that are head of their basically like their university in Old
Mm.
Town.
So hugely political.
Yeah. So they're
Yeah.
very much involved in things, and there's conspiracies about them and the Targaryens that I'll eventually get into once it becomes a little more relevant. But there's a lot going on with Grandmasters. They're in a very prominent position and a powerful position.
Dope
But yeah,
robes too.
yeah, and those chains, that chain looks real comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember Pycelle, was a shifty, shady character, but yeah, it's a lot of fabric, a lot of fabric.
So the guy standing to over Viserys' left shoulder, that is Ryman Redwyn. He's
Oh,
a very famous knight in the Seven Kingdoms. Like you hear about him constantly when they're like, "Good," and there was this tourney, and Ryan Redwyn dominated everybody, and Ryan Redwine won this tournament, and he won this one, and he just kept getting mentioned, and eventually he becomes King's Guard, eventually becomes Lord Commander. He is like one of the most famous the jousting events in the world, where these guys like broke like 20 lances against each other and ended
so
up in a
he's like
draw.
the, Barristan Selmy of this time?
It's yeah, similar, yeah, very much. But he's just in the background in this. They threw him in there as like just kind of a touch, but since he's not going to be part of the story and he's going to be dead, they didn't really do much about him other than they just briefly touch on him in the second episode. But yeah, and then the other people in here, you had Lionel Strong, who eventually becomes the Hand of the King that replaces Otto. So he would be Master of Laws in this. But in the book, in 111 AC, it would have been Jasper Wild, who they call Iron Rod. Um, I can't remember why the name is with the nobles, but with the people, it's because of his manhood. I guess he's got an iron rod, is their rumor.
He
But
swings a beast, huh?
yeah,
What if that
but
just means he's perpetually hard, it never goes down?
yeah, it could be
That'd
that.
be
It
funny
could be
looking.
that. Like he's just running through so many prostitutes. They're like, this guy's got an iron rod. And there you go.
I mean, he's not gonna be able to wear, that type of fabric. He's gonna have to strap that thing down. Be interesting to see how you work that out.
So those are the main differences. Larry Strong would have been here too. The guy with the limp, Clubfoot.
Oh,
He
yeah,
would have
yeah.
been Lord Confessor and Master of Whispers by this time in the book. In the show, they don't even really have him on the council. Like he's in that green meeting in the ninth episode, the meeting where they decide to put Aegon in place of Rhaenyra
Mhm.
after Viserys dies. He would have been in there. He's also he like put forth like, let's have a blood oath. Everybody cut their hand and make a blood oath that we're not going to back out on this. But he would have been the Lord Confessor, who's basically the torturer who tortures people to get them to confess to things, and the Master of Whisperers,
Wow.
which is obviously like Viserys. I mean, like Varys in Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely he has that similar feel. Yeah, he's creep show though, also.
Yeah.
Varys was a little bit less of a creep show as far as I was concerned because he
Well,
seemed
we don't
more.
know what would happen if his Varys didn't get his manhood cut out. He could have had a feet fetish too, but once his
Oh, I
once
forget. Yeah,
his
I wasn't even thinking. I wasn't
he
even
got
thinking
turned
about
into a
that.
eunuch, maybe that took that energy out of him.
Jesus. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's so funny they put that in. Oh, man.
Yeah. So yeah, he's a special kind of creep.
Yeah.
But then yeah, and then so Lord Commander of the King's Guard would have been Kristen Cole in the book, but it's Redwyn here. Or no, it would have been what's his face? The Hightower or whatever his name is that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
Westerling, Harold
he's about to
Westerling.
come in,
He
yeah.
would have been for one more year, and then it would have been Kristen Cole. But so they yeah, and then so as far as what they talk about, they discuss the triarchy, and so that's Crab Feeder Kragus, Drahar on the who's on the Stepstones. So basically, the triarchy. It was an alliance of the free cities. So you had Mir, Lys, and Tyros, and they're three. basically they call them like the three under cities to the Valerian freehold. And so and what they do, they all united and they took out these pirates that were on the stepstones, and they took it over. And at first the king's council, they were all like, oh great, they got rid of these pests, and they're charging a fee, which is fine, nothing wrong with the toll. But they got rid of these pirates who were being a big problem. But once they established themselves and they started collecting a fee, they started getting greedy. They started charging more. Then they start kidnapping uh people from there, and like taking daughters and shipping them off to lease to be whores. Like one of them, they enslaved a woman named Johanna Swan, and her uncle wouldn't pay the ransom, so they sent her off to lease. She ended up working in a whorehouse and became basically the unofficial ruler of Lease through from being a whore, and just basically took over and became the unofficial ruler there. But
Mm,
they started off. It was like great, they got rid of our problem, but then they became a problem, and that's kind of what's talked about here. Corliss is setting that up with their first like, oh yeah, they took care of that problem. What's the big deal? And he's saying no, it's going to become a problem if they shut down the shipping lanes. It's going to be an issue,
mm.
and
Yeah,
so
that's
they
I
set that
remember
up
that's
here.
yeah, it's kind of the one of the most meaningful things. Okay, and he reiterates twice, and they're like, "Dude, heard you. Shut the fuck up."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It shows kind of Otto's position, as gives him a little authority moment. But then they also mentioned Damon retraining and re-equipping the City Watch. So Damon basically, when he started off as like Master of Coin and then Master of Laws, he was in those positions for a very short amount of time. Otto kept getting him booted out of these positions. He wanted him off the small council. They didn't get along. And then he made the mistake of getting him put into the position of leader of the City Watch, where Damon became more powerful than he'd ever been by basically having a little small army behind him. And so he took these guys that were just like a bullshit ragtag group, and he got them armored up better, got them the white cloaks, got them, better clothing, better money, better prestige, better name recognition. And then he went out and he was brutal and taking out the thieves and the robbers and all these people, just horrible punishments, and he significantly lowered crime in King's Landing by being very brutal. But
Yeah, they do that in one quick clip, right?
yeah,
Where
they
it's just
do.
like
They show they yeah.
they march out and
Yes, skip that scene when it comes up because they're showing like dudes getting their wieners cut off. But yeah, it's pretty freaking brutal.
yeah, it's well, I mean, it's effective, right? I mean, and
Yeah,
that's what Corliss says, right? He's like, "Well, he did his job right.
yeah.
You put him in place, fuckface."
Yeah, but because he does build up their prestige, they're extremely loyal to him too, and so he just they put him in a position where it was like the perfect position for Damon, where he can
Mm.
go out there and kind of establish, his authority and take care of problems as he sees fit, and then also it gives him a lot of power, builds an army inside your kingdom in the middle of your King's Landing. Damon is controlling probably the most men that are extremely loyal to him because of all the
Well,
things he's done for him.
yeah, so well, that's the most important thing in that element is as long as they're loyal to the king, then he's loyal to the king, then I guess you're safe, right? Because I think that could be extraordinarily dangerous in a different situation.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a big part of the problem was just Damon was underutilized, and
Yeah.
I don't think this was a bad position to have him in as running the King's Guard or the White Cloaks. Like it's just what they he should have been in a position to be fast tracked to become Hand of the King or something along those lines, where it was like, look, run this group, build up loyalty, get me a good army of people who are guarding the cities that are loyal to us. If he had been
Mm.
including Damon in the rule of the land, I think it
Mhm.
would have went a lot better. Damon needed to play a role, especially
Yeah,
until he had a son.
you do get that feel, yeah, that if he was, if you were trying to placate Damon in the best way possible, make him hand, right? That's what it seems like he would
Yeah,
be
and if
happiest in
he's
that
not
position.
ready for hand,
He
put him in this position where you're not like trying to get rid of him. Like you would
Mhm.
position it if you're talking to Damon, it would be more along the lines like, look, this is a position where you can gain a lot of power for this family. You can build up an army of loyal people who are in this city that are loyal to the Targaryens to the core. And you'll have a huge amount of people behind you, and you'll be able to kind of rule as you see fit. And then we can start working you towards being ready to be the hand of the king. And when I think you're ready for that, step up. And but include him in the rule, like include him
Yeah.
in decision makings, and make him feel like he's in an important position, because he is a extremely valuable tool if used correctly. You probably don't want him ruling. um he's kind of a he's kind of
It's a little too
flying off the
unpredictable.
handle,
Yeah.
but you still want him. He would be a great weapon to utilize.
Hey, he shows it on the stepstones.
Yeah, he shows it constantly. But yeah, they make the huge mistake of just kind of pushing him aside, and then definitely establishing Rhaenyra as the heir was a huge blunder. It was a big mistake. That caused, that was and if you were going to do that, you needed to make some massive changes after the fact, and he didn't do anything to solidify her position. So Viserys is a great character in the show. I love the acting and everything, but as far as like his decision making, he made a bunch of mistakes, and it was just I understand why he made the decisions he made, but they were still bad decisions a lot of the time, and he should have done more. I didn't think he's like a terrible king, but he was bad enough that a civil war broke out as soon as he died.
Or it's sort of like making these decisions and not solidifying them and going through with it. You just put it out there, and then you have people doubting, and then you're like, "What the fuck you why are people doubting my decisions?" Like, because 'cause you're
Well,
not
you
being
and you
assertive enough to show it. They're testing you.
And you saw, like, when Jerry saw the same problem happening with Corliss and Damon amassing armies, and he handled the problem at least in that moment. Viserys should have seen the two sides amassing their positions, not necessarily amassing armies like on walking towards King's Landing, but they are amassing armies in another way, and loyalties and those kind of things. Like he should have seen this problem was coming and addressed it. He tried. They show him try to in episode 8 to an extent, but it's too little, too late by that point.
Mm.
But he needed to strengthen Rhaenyra and weaken Aegon's position. If he wanted Rhaenyra to be the queen, he needed to weaken Aegon's claim to the throne and strengthen hers. But he never does. He lets it fester, and it becomes a much bigger problem. And the only other thing they discuss in this part is that they're going to have the tourney to celebrate the heir. And you get, Rhaenyra coming in. She's cupbearer. She would have been, I don't know if she would have been still been cupbearer at like 15 years old, but in the book, she's definitely cupbearer for him for a while. But yeah, and then we get the introduction of Damon.
It's quite a way to introduce him.
Sitting on the throne. I love like the what's his face opens the door and is just like, oh my god, it's like this freaking dude. The throne looks so much cooler in this
Yeah,
than
yeah.
in like in the
Super
books. It's
badass.
like if you see a picture, if you look it up, what it would look like in the books, it is a crazy chair. Because it's not like a chair well designed and everything. They just forged melted a bunch of swords together into like a somewhat shape of a chair. Like it's not like a great chair. It's a terrible chair. but it's got a ton of swords. I mean, it's thousands of swords.
That seems to be like the idea, right? Is that it's not supposed to be a comfortable chair.
Yeah, exactly. They,
And
you know,
that was
the
one of the
king is not
things,
supposed to sit comfortably.
that was one of the suspicions about Magor, where they were like, literally the throne chose to kill him, or something along those lines. I remember the image of like him dead on the throne. Like, didn't he actually die on the throne? Wasn't that the idea with Magor?
Magor, yeah, yeah. Like they found him, like his wrists were cut and his head, like his a sword through his neck, and so it
I
seems
think
pretty clear
Varys.
they assassinated him.
Yeah, but I think Varys. He. I think it was Varys talked about that mythology where like the throne chooses, and they kind of do that with the
They
White
mention
Hart,
it a
right?
bunch in the books. I don't know if they do in the show, but yeah, that's one of the signs. If you're getting cut by the chair, it's an ominous sign that the throne
So
is deeming you illegitimate or
I
not
think
worthy.
that's an episode one, right? And this was
Yeah.
Viserys.
But yeah, and then so in the books, Damon's he would be about 30, rise Caraxes. He would have defeated the crab feeder in 108 AC. So in 111 AC, one of the big differences, he returned to King's Landing in 111 AC, but that was for the tourney that gave the greens and blacks their name. This would have been like in the show when he offers like the stepstone crown, that would have happened in 111 AC. So when he was arriving here for this tourney, based on the tourney they're showing, it's a they're combining different events, and so in 111 AC, that would have been after he'd already defeated the crab feeder years ago, and he came back after he'd been kind of sent away, somewhat exiled, not exactly exiled, but sent away, told not to come back. And then he comes back, offers his crown, and then he starts flirting with Rhaenyra. And then there's the rumors of them sleeping together, or he was teaching her some moves to put the moves on Cole. There's different kind of rumors. That's and that would have happened in 111 AC, but in the show, they're obviously 111 AC. Most of these events, everything that's happening, it happened years ago from the books. But they have their little conversation where you get his kind of introduction, and they kind of show where he sees himself as the heir to the throne, but he's never been named heir. And she's throwing some shit back at him when he's like, "Oh, so it's attorney for me." She's like, "No, it's for the new heir." And then he's so, well, until he has a boy, I'm the heir. And she throws back in his face, "Well, let's hope it's a boy."
Hmm.
And then he gives her a gift. He gives her a Valerian necklace. Um, so they both have some Valerian steel. His Valerian steel is Black's or Dark Sister, and so there's the Targaryens. They have two Valerian swords. They had Dark Sister and Blackfire. Daemon was given Dark Sister by Jaehaerys, and Dark Sister is a very famous sword. It also was wielded by Brendan Rivers, who's also known as Blood Raven or the Three Eyed Crow, um, who plays a big role later on in the history of Westeros. Um, it was handled by a bunch of different people. It's one of the more famous swords in there, in Kings in Westeros, especially within the Targaryen family. It's a massively important sword, and it also plays a lot of significance as far as legitimacy for succession. Like if you didn't have Blackfire or Dark Sister, it would hurt your claim to the throne by not wielding one of those swords.
Mhm.
So that's the sword he's holding. Then after their meeting,
So I'm assuming Viserys then has Blackfire.
he should, yeah. He should. No one else would have it. And so I don't know if he didn't have it, I don't know who else would. So yeah, I'm assuming that he has it. But yeah, so they have their little meeting, and yeah, that kind of the him giving a gift is like kind of a nod to the books, and he would always, whenever he would leave, he would always come back and give Rhaenyra gifts, and they always had their little creepy uncle niece flirty relationship. And then they
Makes sense.
mention Nymeria. So she was Nymeria is another show that they got coming up, which is I'm sure why they mention her in this. Princess Nymeria arrived in Dorne. So it's called, there's a show that they're doing called like 10,000 Ships. It's an upcoming HBO show. And Nymeria took a bunch of the Roynish men and women and they fled from that area, which was being attacked by the Dragon Lords, like Targaryens and other Dragon Lords. They were
When?
getting attacked and enslaved. This is
When?
this is before Aegon the Conqueror. This when the Valeria still existed and Valeria was attacking. I don't know the exact time frame, but it's before Aegon the Conqueror. So way before this.
Okay.
And she took 10,000 whatever, she took a bunch of ships, maybe 10,000, maybe 1,000. There's rumors on how many it is, but in the stories they say 10,000 ships. She flees, and then eventually they land in different spots and have to flee, and eventually they land in Dorne. They set up shop there. They burn all the ships as like to symbolize that they're not leaving. And she basically ruled Dorne for a long period of time and established that women could be rulers in Dorne. So in all the places in Westeros, Dorne is the one that it's the first child, not the first male child. And
Hmm.
so becomes the ruler. So women can become ruler in Dorne. And that was largely a Roynish tradition that Nymeria established in Dorne, and when she landed there, well before the Conqueror, Aegon the Conqueror, did anything. So that's why their rule is different than the rest of the kingdoms, the rest
Did
of the lands.
did Arya name her dog Nymeria
Yeah, she did. Which
or
would make
whatever?
sense. You would think, those tomboy girls who are like, especially you would think like first daughters would really like Nymeria because they would be like, yeah, I like her ideas where I get to
Yeah.
rule.
Yeah.
So she sounds dope. She
Dire
established
Wolf.
a different system in Dorne, which is much preferable to the other system if you're a woman. So she would be
Yeah.
a big deal with women. And they're going to make a show about her, which could be cool. It's like there's not a lot that we know about her Nymeria's travels, so they would be able to do a lot of their own thing, which could be cool or could be a disaster. But
Depending on.
there's a lot of opportunity with a story like that, and it could be cool. It's like she did. They took a bunch of ships and landed in different places, searching for a home, escaping people, dragon riders who were trying to enslave them. You would have the opportunity to show Valeria before the Doom, dragon riders enslaving the world and those kind of things, and then escaping from them, going to other places, running into weird diseases, weird races that we haven't seen, and eventually getting to Dorne. And her rule in Dorne was pretty cool. So there'd be a lot to show in a show like that. It could be really cool.
Hmm.
But yeah, and they have their conversation. There's not much to say like as far as the conversation. It's basically it's a good setup of their personalities, especially when she tears the page, where you're getting Rhaenyra as kind of the willful, wild one of the two, where she just kind of is more assertive and more in control of doing what she wants, regardless of what she's supposed to do or not. Whereas Alicent is more like, "Whoa, how could you tear that book? We're gonna get in trouble. We got to do what we're
Mhm.
supposed to do." So it kind of
Mhm.
establishes that in a really quick scene, and you get the
I mean, it also shows that
werewolf
like
tree.
they're super close, right? I mean, that's
Yeah,
what this scene shows them to be very close. This is what everything else kind of depends on when they
yeah,
refer
definitely
back to
does.
how close they were.
Yeah, it builds off of that, because their relationship, and it stays close until she gets married to her dad. That would cause a little bit of a rift in your relationship.
Yeah.
As one of your if you're a girl and your best friend married your dad, that would be awkward.
A little bit different though. It's not like, she was you know, hitting on him, you know.
She kind of was. She was kind of ordered to hit on him.
Well, that's what well, we know that, right?
Yeah,
I wonder how much,
I'm sure Rhaenyra knows the
those
game.
things.
I think she knows the game well enough to know that her friend, didn't just get picked out of the blue. That it's not like Viserys just been eyeballing her, over Rhaenyra's
Yeah.
shoulder all these years. It's like, you've been going all these times. You've been going reading with my dad. You've been making the moves. But yeah, and then oh, and some fun facts. I don't know if I've skipped them in my notes, but I'll bring them up now. Allison is got some major rumors about her, like they in the from the books, because she originally was brought to King's Landing by Otto when Otto became the Hand of the King for Jaehaerys at the end of his reign. And during Jaehaerys' last days, when he was kind of on his deathbed, Alicent was the one that would like take care of him and give him baths and change him and read to him. And it was like Jaehaerys, when he was kind of getting a little delirious, he thought she was one of his daughters, and he thought she was Sarah for a portion of the time, which is kind of ironic, but given the rumors. But there's rumors that she gave her virginity up to Damon. There's rumors that she was sleeping with Viserys before Aemma died. There's rumors that when she was taking care of Jaehaerys, Mushroom, who's got the most salacious rumors, he threw on top that she was giving him little hand jibbers, giving him little happy endings after his story time plus happy ending. So she was kind
Oh,
of a wild, much more wild reputation, more like a Marjorie Tyrell, as far as Game of
yeah.
Thrones reputation. Also, like seen as like the most beautiful woman in Westeros.
Hmm.
So she's a little different. She's in the book. She's not this portrayed as like this naive, goody
Yeah,
two shoe type of girl.
they present her as more innocent and naive and playing a role and being used rather than that sounds more assertive what you just described
Yeah,
than the way she's portrayed in this. She's definitely comes across as more innocent, and preyed upon even in some ways by her own father.
but yeah, she's more the hand jibber type than the follow the rule type. But yeah, and then we get Viserys needing his little bachiotomy.
Is that what
He's
that's technically called?
yeah, he's got to
The
get a bachiotomy, and and they say it on this. He blames it on cut from the throne, but it's obviously there's something else going on, some sort of leprosy or something that he's
Yeah,
got,
it's not
because
healing.
it's not healing. It's getting worse, spreading to other parts of his body. He's losing body parts. By the end, he's lost a bunch of body parts. So there's something going on, and then they're treating it with leeches and cauterization, which obviously that's not doing anything, and leeches aren't doing anything. So
The
it's
later
it.
parts of the season when his like face is open,
Yeah.
like it's for me, it's some of the best acting I've ever seen in my life.
Oh
He's
yeah.
so, it's so fucking good, man. And again, a lot of it's probably directing as well. But if this guy's first taking all that shit, then yeah, I mean, either way, I think he deserves an award. But hey, it's so good. Like the pain as he stands up and takes off the mask, and just to talk to the family and try to make them see how big a deal it is. And that like he's not taking the milk of the poppy and all that stuff, man. It's yeah, it's definitely pulling on the heartstrings, I guess you would say.
That
That's
whole episode, that's one of the best episodes of TV I've seen in a long time. That whole episode was so great. It built off of so much that was established in previous episodes so well. And they turned to a scene with a dude slowly walking down a hallway, basically,
yeah.
and it made it one of the most powerful scenes in TV in a long time. And the dude's gonna win some awards. He's for sure gonna win awards. There's just nobody's got that kind of buzz that he's
It's
got.
there's so much nuance, man, and like it's so much emotion within the character where he's so he's so torn apart by all these different things. He's trying to be assertive, yet he's you know sad and emotional, and he's dying and trying to hold it all together. He's frustrated, like it's great.
But yeah, it's not doing well. He obviously I like too how they kind of the way they age him with like pulling his hairline back slowly but surely and those kind of things. Like
Mm.
he's got he's got a nice full head of hair in
Just
this
keeps
scene.
getting more
And
wispy.
that hairline keeps deteriorating as the show goes on. Till it's pretty much gone by the end with half his face. It was funny, like I pulled up episodes before episode 8 aired. I pulled up pictures of him from each episode in the first one, and then for episode 8, I put a picture of Gollum. And then episode 8 came out and they showed his face, and I was like, oh shit, they went even harder. Like, they went, I was like, I was expecting a Gollum looking, deterioration, but they went way harder than that. They took off
Yeah,
half his face. Holy shit. Yeah,
still walking
it was
around, still
man, it was
talking.
gnarly.
Have his teeth are dead and shit, man.
But yeah, then we get his little scene with Ama. This was obviously much more impactful when you go back through and you rewatch this. It's much more impactful once you know how much he cared for her, and the dynamic of what happened and how much it still hurts him. How all the years later he still regrets that decision of constantly chasing the son that ended up killing his wife. And so the scene has much more impact. But she mentions that Rhaenyra thinks it's going to be a girl and wants to name her Visenya, which is Aegon's sister wife and Maegor's mom, who rode Vagar. That's who she mentions when she says Visenya. Then Viserys discusses a dream he has of a son wearing Aegon's crown, who he eventually believes it to be Aegon the Younger. But when he's speaking deliriously to Alicent about it, she assumes he's talking about Aegon the Elder, her son. And
Mm.
so they use that as like kind of a turning point to make her believe that gives her reasons to believe that she's doing what Viserys wanted, even though if she was thinking about it non emotionally, she'd be like, no, he wouldn't change his mind at the last, like his last breath was to change what he's established his whole life. He got out of bed, fought all that pain to help establish Rhaenyra, and then at the last moment, he's like, nah, scratch that, scratch it, redo, redo, give me a redo. No,
It's
but
cool. It was cool watching it. It was cool. It's a great end of the episode where you're just like, oh shit, she's
oh
about to
yeah,
roll out with this.
and
It's oh
and
man,
it makes sense for her to interpret it that way too, because
yeah,
that's
yeah.
how humans
That's what you.
work. You're
That's what she
going to
wants.
interpret
She heard
things
what
in the
she wanted to
way,
hear,
yeah, you're going to interpret things in the way that benefits you. If there's
and
any kind of anything's left up in the air and there's any different way for you to interpret it, people can read the same sentence and have complete opposite interpretations, and it
yeah,
usually comes down to which interpretation benefits you and which doesn't,
yeah.
and
What's your
that's what
motivation?
most people make their decisions based off of,
Well,
even if
and
it's
just like
subconsciously. They don't, they wouldn't, if you said that's the way they're thinking, they wouldn't agree with you, because it's more of a subconscious thing that is just kind of happening outside of your control.
yeah, and it's interesting also is that they they would even. Sorry, I lost my train of thought, but it's basically they would even um, when she brings this up, when she comes and then says, "Oh no, that's what he said." And it's not like everybody's like, "I guess that's what he said."
Yeah.
Like, no, what? Because you were there. That's what he
Yeah.
told you, and no one else. Yeah, that's
Oh, it's
suspicious as
pretty
shit.
convenient.
Yeah, yeah,
Pretty convenient. But yeah, and then so they go and he talks about his dream, place our son upon the Iron Throne. But she when she's sitting there going like, "This is the last time, Viserys." Like this scene, it's a lot different. Lost one baby in the cradle. Had two stillbirths and two pregnancies. Ended well before their term. Like that's a lot of pregnancy problems.
yeah.
And
That's
they
that's
just
brutal.
kept going to the well. She's had one kid, but was four bad pregnancies, two stillbirths, and two ended well before term, and then fifth, sixth pregnancy. Then this would be, and only one of them worked out.
Yeah, it's brutal.
And you can
And
see,
I
like, I
mean,
mean, she's five and twice as many years. So five times in 10 years,
yeah, and I mean, it's
and
what's
she's
great
getting
about that
older.
also.
It's
It's
putting
like
a lot of pressure on her.
when you see this, it is just like, I mean, I wouldn't be able to go this far. So that's why it's obviously very understandable. It's like, yeah, this is it. Can't do this anymore.
Yeah, and then she's like, I know it's my duty to provide you an heir, and it's not like some cold-hearted, cold-blooded thing. It is if you don't have a male heir, it causes problems. There is fights over because if it's not clear, undeniably clear who the heir should be, then people are going to fight for it. They're going to split the kingdom up, and people are going to fight over it, and that's what we see happen. And so having a male heir from Ama would have solved massive problems. If this son would have survived, it would have solved so many problems, and they could have probably delayed, the eventual fight. But eventually, if you don't have a set codified way to establish who the heir is going to be, that is not made based off of who the king wants it to be or those kind of things, then where it's more of an arbitrary choice, then if it's not established and codified, then eventually you're going to run into a situation where there is conflict and two people have a pretty good case to be made for themselves, and they're going to fight for that power because it's a lot of fucking power. Did you mute yourself?
I took it off mute. I had to
Oh,
move my desk down.
oh, but
And
yeah,
I'm
and
off mute.
then so yeah, I mean they have their little conversation. It's pretty cool, and then we get into this part. I'm gonna pull this down for a second, and then get out of the wiener getting cut off section. That's a little brutal. But yeah, Damon has his gold cloaks. He's the one that gave him the gold cloaks, and they revere him for it. They call him the Prince of the City. He's known by the people down there as like the Lord of Flea Bottom, though. So it's kind of the differences in the more derogatory name, but between the different groups. But if crime fell sharply, and the scene is dope. I mean, this is
Yeah,
one of those scenes that establishes that we're still Game of Thrones. We're still going to do a Game of Thrones
yeah,
fantasy show. They're not going to kid it up,
yeah.
and try to change the tone way too much. They did cut back on a lot of the violence and nudity, but the story is different, and it's not a situation that would necessarily require those kind of things for the story. But
Hmm.
that you still need those kind of things. They still have to be a part of the story, and it was good to see that they didn't cut those out, and they went head first into it right off the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, the inclusion is necessary, and it's a brutal world, right? They make that very clear. And you have to show some of that if you're going to show. I mean, you can say, "Oh, he's doing all these things," but you got to show it to give the impact, because there would be a reason for people to feel like, oh, he's getting the city in shape, but that means cutting off some, cutting off hands, cutting off a tongue, cutting off someone's prick. So it's pretty brutal to see that in the town square.
Yeah, yeah, right in front of everybody, letting everybody know the cost. And
Well, and then
it
also
would
that
change
balances
behavior. I mean, it would also, there would be some kind of backfire elements to that too.
exactly.
Like if you were, if all of a sudden the risk of, getting caught robbing someone means that you're going to get your prick cut off, well, you're probably not going to be willing to leave witnesses around. You're
Well, I
not
was
going
going
to
to say,
risk that. So you're going to kill off anybody who's witnesses a crime. You're going to kill all those people. You're going to be willing to murder if
mm,
the consequences are that severe for being caught being a thief. You're going to be willing to murder people to avoid the penalty for being a thief. And so you would change dynamics where you it might lower crime, but it also might increase other types of crime, or change the consequences of one event or two events or five events because somebody got, someone saw someone robbing someone. And so that guy goes and kills all the people that saw him to avoid, the punishment.
mm. But it also gives more gravity to, you know, guys sitting at the small council saying you made a monster. It's like,
Yeah.
what do you mean? Well, now we see what that means.
Yeah. I mean,
And just how dangerous that is. I mean,
yeah.
because now he can wield this,
Yeah. It's not
But,
like
I mean,
being
that doesn't
a
get delved into too
brutal,
much.
brutal dictator, leads to peace and prosperity. And so
I mean, it does in
there's
our world, doesn't it?
consequences to, yeah, there's consequences to
Name
being
once that it
being
hasn't,
brutal.
you
Yeah.
know? Name one,
I can't
name 5
off the top of
times.
my head, I cannot think of a single time it didn't work out extremely well, so it's just one of those things. But, yeah, and then so we get the next small council meeting. They meet because of Damon going and chopping off wieners, and, some people are acting like big babies about it and, having an issue. So, yeah, we get the distinction between Otto and Damon, the kind of animosity between them. We get Viserys is a little too forgiving of his brother. Too quick to just, oh, that's just boys being boys. But you also get, Corlys kind of approves of Damon's methods. Damon, calling his wife the bronze bitch, which is directly from the book. He's
Yeah,
like, it's like you can take my wife if you want. I understand you lost one recently, so
man, he's brutal.
yeah, he's really digging into Otto. He gets Otto to lose his cool a good bit here. And
For me, Damon is in that strange way immediately likable. And what I mean by strange way, this is a show that I'm gonna watch. I immediately wanna see some people like him.
oh yeah, for sure.
You know?
And because you
He's
don't, he's kind of like a guy that's on a knife's edge, and
yeah, the wild card, man.
he's got, it's not like he doesn't have reasons, to justifiable reasons to back up why he's doing what he's doing. Maybe they're right or they're wrong, but you can understand where he's coming from, and you could understand why people would be swayed by his position. Where he's like, "Look, we got a attorney coming in. Do you want a guy, a bunch of rapers and murderers and thieves wandering the city, attacking all the people who are coming here for the tourney?" It's like, no, this needs to be put down. People need to understand that you're not going to be able to do this, and people need to feel safe in the streets. And so I'm taking out the trash, and you could understand where he's coming from in that regard. And you see it not in that kind of brutal element, but like if a president comes through, they shut shit down. Like
Yeah.
you're not just walking the streets where a president's going to walk by. They're not going to allow that happen. So it's in a similar, more brutal Westeros vein to those kind of things. Some prominent people are coming to town. We're gonna protect the streets. We're gonna have some snipers on the roofs.
Yeah, well, again, just to the sense of his vibe in the room, it's always great, man. And it's that's consistent throughout, man. Like when well before he cuts old boy's head off. Or no, I guess it's another part where they say something it's that guy. laying it on thick that the kids are strong, whatever,
Yeah.
strong kids,
Yeah,
and
Aemon.
he puts out a giggle in a very inappropriate time.
Oh, you're
Like
talking about
like a
when
high
Daemon was giving the speech at the funeral. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, he does like a high
Right.
pitched giggle.
Yeah.
It was his and his what was it when his wife died?
Yeah, it was when his wife died.
Yeah,
But yeah, he was just
he's just
laughing at the
giggling.
idea of Vaemon throwing shade
Yeah.
at Rhaenyra, and it's just like the gall of Vaemon doing that in front of everybody made him laugh.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the character so much, man. He's so great.
But yeah, and we get the in the Vale, men are said to fuck sheep instead of women. Viserys just drops his head like, dude, I keep trying, man. I try so hard.
I love this stuff too because, like, I can assure you the sheep are pretty like, his who ends up being his wife is not ugly at all.
No, no,
Like,
she's
he's
not at
like,
all.
this dude just has this thing in his mind about how things need to go, and if they're not, fuck that noise.
I mean, his wife definitely doesn't seem like she's into Damon. So
Yeah,
it'd
yeah.
probably be an issue for him. But
I think there was definitely a whole lot of bad blood, and I don't really get we're not really privy to where all that derived out of, but yeah, that bad blood seems thick between them.
yeah, they don't like each other. I mean,
That's
we'd
very
have to
clear.
know more about her. But I mean, I could see Damon would be an easy guy if you were married to him. Like I could see like a woman being married to Damon not liking him.
Yeah,
He seems the type of guy that's just gonna do whatever the fuck he wants, and
yeah,
for the most part, that's what he does.
that can be a bit
But
of a problem in a relationship.
but yeah, so they have their little back and forth, but eventually, it just kind of shows the dynamic of those two not getting along, and Viserys kind of his relationship with Daemon, where he's a little bit placating with him, trying to defend him, and also trying to get him to kind of be better than try to he would wish Damon would just cut the shit and stop
Yeah, yeah.
causing him issues.
Well, and it shows pretty clearly that he can't be on the small council. Like you put him there, and it's like, well, this is they don't get anywhere. It's just
He
bickering and
he
shit.
he probably having him on it with Otto would be a stupid
That's what I mean.
decision.
The
Yeah,
way that it is, yeah, it's not possible.
yeah. And then like the next scene was the brothel sex scene. So obviously I can't show that, but the
Why
uh
not? What are you scared
Miss
of?
yeah, YouTube. They're big jerks about nudity.
Hmm.
But Massaria, also known as Lady Misery, aka the White Worm.
Mm,
Um, she in the books, she's from Lys, which she probably is on the show too. I don't remember if they say where she's from, but Lys in the books, they are the people that look the most Valerian of pretty much anybody else over in whatever in the known world. So like a lot of even the poor people in Lys, they all pale skin, silver gold hair, purple lilac eyes, to the point where a lot of the nobility, the Targaryens, would, if they didn't have a brother or sister to marry, they would look for someone in Lys to be a good option, like some noble in Lys, as being a good alternative to being able to marry your, a brother or sister or aunt or cousin or whatever weird shit, they couldn't find.
mm,
So she looks completely different than a typical person from Lys would look, and like they call her the White Worm, which is a lot of that is based off of her skin. Like she had like pale, milky skin, so she looks completely different, but basically the same character beyond that, where she's like this foreign prostitute kind of running a brothel, and then eventually she kind of becomes Varys type of character, a master of whisperers type of a character, a little finger of Varys type. And so Damon, it shows, Damon can't get it up with her, and similar to Rhaenyra when she's having the discussion with Allison about the books, and she's just kind of being petulant about it and ignoring it, and doesn't want to discuss it. She's obviously having an issue with being replaced by this kid that's in her mom's belly, and Damon is also having issues with it, and it's bothering both of them, even if they're
Doesn't
not openly speaking of it.
so doesn't in some way, I mean, I guess in some way, Damon already carries himself. He's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to do what I want to do. So I'm with this white worm. But doesn't that also in some way show that he's a bit of a, I mean, he's being taken advantage of, right? I mean, in some way, if she's a Varys or if she's a, Littlefinger type, because Littlefinger's got to find a place to
Yeah, she hasn't
exploit.
like established herself as that master of whisperers yet. She's more like trying to cling on to Damon's.
Well, I'm saying it because that's what you said. So if that ends up being the case, doesn't that kind of reveal him as being a little bit, uh, what's the word
Not
for being taken
necessarily,
advantage of in
because
that
I
way?
mean she could be a tool that he could use for his benefit too.
Yeah, I guess.
So it's
I
kind
guess
of a
that's true.
mutually beneficial arrangement for them both. It's not necessarily that one is using the other. I think they're both kind of in a mutually beneficial relationship. And
Hmm.
that kind of seems to be her bag. Like if you benefit her, she'll benefit you. She's not going around like betraying people or anything along those lines, just fucking people over. If it's more of a quid pro quo type of relationships that
Hmm.
she has with people, where everybody benefits as long as they play ball. But she's also, she's in that kind of a position, so she'd be in position to do some dirty shit to people too. But I don't really see her like in the first season. She doesn't really do anything to Damon, super fucked up or anything. But she could. She definitely could. But yeah, and then we got the tourney, and you see Rainey's and Corliss and their two kids, Lena and Lenore, and then Allison and Rhaenyra all hanging out. Get introduction of Kristen Cole.
This shit was great. They did a really great job of giving us like, or giving me, as a viewer, feeling of like the sort of pomp and circumstance that you have. Kind of the This is kind of always the thing that I want in like sort of medieval type setting, like the kind of games and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. It's way better than what they show in Game of Thrones when they have their little tourney that she goes to with the little tiny stands and everything. They got
Hmm.
like a stadium here
Hmm.
for this one. And
Well,
it's more like the Colosseum in Roman times. And then you got the
mhm,
castle in the background in the picture, and kind of giving you an idea of where it's located with the city, there behind them, the list, the joust, the little whatever
mhm,
thing that they ride between. You know,
mhm,
it's got a cool look to it. And then you got like the dome for where they're all sitting and located, kind of protected
mhm,
from the crowd, and
mhm.
got their own little special place. It looks cool.
Yeah.
It looks way
Well,
better than Game of Thrones. Like the budget is obviously significantly higher for the show than the first season.
yeah, I like that. I like also the way they cut once they eventually cut back and forth with the brutal nature of the pregnancy, and then just like the blasting, fighting, like
And
it's
the
it's
even
great.
just the way they cut the little joust there, where like they show them busting the sword and the joust against each other, and then picking up a new lance.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The how does the sport actually work?
Where then when Damon does it, like he fucking tosses the dude with the back end of the horse when he just kind of like bangs into the guy, not taking care
Yeah.
to cut the corner tight. Or it just kind of even gives a little bit of personality to him. But yeah, like that stuff looks cool. It's visually well done. But yeah, then you have um what's his name? Borman. So some of the names you get, um what's his name? Borman. Borman Baratheon. So Borman Baratheon receives Rhaenys favor. He's the Lord of Storm's End right now. So his half brother would have been Jaehaerys because his mom was Rogar and Alyssa Valerian, and Alyssa Valerian is Jaehaerys' mom. So they both share the same mom
Hmm.
and as Jerry. So he would have been Jaehaerys' brother, a half brother. So that he calls her cousin, or she calls him cousin or whatever, but he would actually be her uncle or great uncle and uncle, I guess. So yeah, there, man, the family relationships are super weird in these stories. Like he's
That's what
both her great
happens.
uncle and uncle.
That's what happens with incest, man. It's
Yeah.
freaking nuts. I remember, dude, I remember in like 4th or 5th grade, there was always like a week or I don't know, a day where somebody in class would share something interesting about themselves. And one of these girls in my class told basically that about her. My cousin and my aunt is also that. It was like, and not knowing when I'm a kid, I'm just like, wow, that's crazy. How's that any of that even work? And then now knowing she whole family was incest,
Yeah.
there's so much incest, which
Yeah.
is pretty
It's
nuts to remember back or to think back, and that was the case. Not knowing in like 4th or 5th grade, that's exactly what I was hearing.
one of the interesting things about Borman is when Borman was born, Alyssa was old as shit. She was like 46 or something, maybe 44 when she had him, and that almost killed her. And then he got her pregnant again when she was like 46 or so, and that's when she had the daughter Jocelyn, the one that married Aemon, Rhaenys mom. So
Mhm.
that's where like uh, Borman is the brother of Rhaenys mom and is the half brother of Rhaenys grandpa. That's why she's a great uncle. He's a great uncle and an uncle. But so like her grandma was basically killed because of having kids way too late in life, and the pregnancies took her out, and she had a bunch of kids. She's the one that was Jaehaerys' mom, so she had 5 kids with Aenys, and then she had 2 more with Baratheon late in life. But so they say cousin in the show. I guess it's because they aged her up and they thought it would make more sense to the viewer if she didn't call him uncle, and they don't. So they just say cousin, and so to show that there is some familiar relationship with him. But and in actuality, he would be her great uncle or uncle, and he was also put forth as a possible suitor for Dela, who's Aemma's mom, Viserys' wife. Who Dela is the one I said that was real frail. She died during the pregnancy of having Aemma. Borman was put forth as one of the possible suitors before she chose the guy, the Aaron.
Hmm.
But he's also dad to Boros, who we see in the final episode when Aemond and Lucerys are both in Storm's End. So that's the guy that's in charge of Storm's End in that scene. This would be his dad.
I feel like a lot of times cousin gets used as a bit of a catch-all.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you
You know?
would if you're in that, because even if you were in that family, it would start to get complicated, and you would
Yeah,
forget, and so you're just like, everybody's just my cousin. Let's just
yeah.
say he's my cousin, but in reality, he's not. But yeah, and then so again, most of this tournament would be they're taking it from a tournament that happened for Viserys being anointed in the book, like his coronation, basically a coronation tournament. And so like this is, but it's the same during the coronation tournament in the book. That's when Kristen Cole has the bouts, the jousting event with Damon. And then there's also a melee event. They just combine it into like one thing where Damon gets beat in the joust and then challenges him to a fight with swords.
Mm,
And so, but in the book, it's 2 different events. They don't
mm.
just like drop down and start fighting each other with swords after a joust. The melee is an entirely separate event. And so, but Kristen Cole beat him in both of those. And so
Pretty
that's what
good.
they're taking it from. But, and that's where he becomes a member of the King's Guard by, through this tournament eventually. becomes Rhaenyra's right hand man.
It seems to be if you don't have a name, this is the way up, right? Or it's at least a chance at a way up, right? Impress people at these types
Yeah,
of events.
100%. It's a big opportunity for like some of these knights who don't have a lot of prestige to their name where they can establish themselves. You still need a name, but it's usually you want to be like a second or third son to someone, that's important, and that gives you a better chance. But if you're a badass, you're going to get recognized, and the king's going to want the best fighters in the world to be able to
Yeah.
protect him. So
Yeah, and here's some you know, ground to show yourself.
yeah, so it's definitely a meritocracy as far as being a king's guard. There's definitely a lot more as far as the merit, your ability is extremely important. But yeah, and there's also a mention of they talk about Lord Stokeworth's daughter is promised to a young Tarly Squire, Lord Massey's son. Um, I'll bring it up again in the book because there's a bit of spoilers for if you haven't read the book, so I'll bring that up at the end. But they're probably combining some characters that play some roles later, way later on in the books. But yeah, and then you get Damon kind of coming in all with that swagger, choosing choosing a Baratheon. They're just laughing. The Targaryens had a good little setup, man. They were definitely above everybody else.
Hmm.
Like they definitely had the ability where they could do things like jab a joust into the ground and trip a horse, completely cheating, and still get credited with a win because we got dragons. What are you gonna do about it? Like that's exactly what he does to Baratheon. If you don't remember,
Yeah, I guess I did. Yeah, I remember that now. Seemed unfair.
and I love he chooses one of or not Baratheon. He chooses a Hightower, Otto's brother, or was it? I think it's Otto's son that he chooses to fight. Um, yeah, it's Otto's son,
Is it
he's an
General?
unmentioned actor, and so he plays a pretty minor role in the books. He's around the whole time in the story, but he's like he mostly his most prominent position is like second in command at the City Watch at one point. It's not doesn't play a big role, but it's Otto's son, uncredited actor. Like Otto, like yeah, that's it, stick him. I love the swing around here where he just bashes him up. What a prick. What a prick move. Look at it. Just whoop. But yeah, so
If I remember right, that kind of debilitates him pretty bad, right? Like
oh yeah, I mean he had a
seemed
bloody
like he
face,
got.
but he got up. He got up from it.
Uh,
He's had a bloody nose basically. And then he gives Allison, he gets Allison's favor from it. You see Allison like, biting her fingers and the dad like kind of looking at her like, what are you doing? And so she's all tied up in knots. She's just like, tied between Damon and Otto, and then, eventually put in a position where she's got to seduce the king. Like this girl's getting kind of ran over in the portrayal for Allison in the show.
yeah, they're pulling her. Yeah, it's exactly what they have. And yeah, I forgot about the biting the fingers and everything. She's stressed out.
Yeah, look at him giving her that look. She's just like, oh God,
And then very
get
cognizant that
me
she's being
out of here.
watched.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they show her like they connect eyes. Like she's all right there. And then when she goes back and she sees, yeah, there, she's like, oh, look at him, man. The guy plays he's such a good Otto. Otto does some
Yeah,
stupid shit. Like, people credit him too much. When I see some of the commentary on him, they act like he's making much smarter decisions than he actually is. Um, great portrayal of him, but a lot of his decision making is stupid. Like, his immediately calling the council after Ama dies to put the position of
yeah.
the heir on him. This is just a stupid move. Stupid move. Then going to Viserys about Daemon and Rhaenyra himself, that was dumb. He should have had someone else bring that information to the king. Um, and it was just he made plenty of blunders and missteps that he's no Tywin Lannister, but he is a great character. He is a bit of a prick too sometimes. But he's also got
She's
some good sides to him where it seems like he genuinely is concerned. Like, it doesn't seem like he hates Damon just to hate Damon. I think he fears that if Damon were to become king, he would become another Magor. And they still all have that in the back of the mind. They still know the stories of what
yeah.
Magor did. The guy was a monster. He had 6 wives, killed 2 or 3 of his wives himself. He's like had people build Magor's little palace, whatever they call it. But Magor's holdfast, and they built all these secret tunnels. All the people who built the secret tunnels, he killed all of them so they couldn't spread any of the information about where the secrets were. I mean, he was killing people left and right for any reason, any kind of slight. He would kill anybody for it. So he was a monster.
I was gonna say, the girl that plays Alicent is phenomenal in this particular scene with just how we get to see how, like, uncomfortable she is at which she turns away from him, but is still cognizant of being watched. It's really good.
And then you get Viserys being lit, giving word about his wife having problems, kids having a good time, and then you get the bad news. The mom, all attempts to term the babe have failed. This is brutal.
Yeah.
This whole
So that's what I was gonna say again about Game of Thrones really setting the tone in the first episode. They first give that Sophie's choice situation where he's gotta make this it's not exactly that, but he's gotta get make this choice, that's absolutely freaking brutal, but also shows they're in a brutal world. I mean, that's where we are in terms of the time of this. There's not a lot of choices, within, uh, within what's going, and then it's so brutal too to have made the choice, and then right after, the baby's dead. You're just like, "Oh, Jesus, dude." It just makes it say like the knife just twists.
yeah, yeah. I mean it's a tough. It's an impossible choice. I like because
Yeah.
if you're the dad, your wife is on the table. The doctor came to you and was like, look, either the wife and the baby are gonna die, or we could do something that will kill the wife immediately, but maybe save the baby's life. Obviously, the choice is to try to save the baby's life. I mean, if both are going to
With
die,
tho
you
with
don't. If
Yeah,
the
if that's
alternative is both
if that's a
die, then you
certainty
obviously have to try to save the baby's life.
if that's a certainty, yeah, it's so brutal. So
But
brutal.
to be presented with that choice where you have to tell them, yes, go ahead and do what you got to do to try to save the baby, even though by doing that you will immediately kill my wife. That would be a brutal choice. And and the actor does a really good job of showing, the anguish on his face in that funeral scene where he can't even talk and he's just sitting there looking torn the fuck up
Yeah.
because of the decision he had to make. And then you get the 2 guys
It's
killing
it
each
it's
other, and then she's talking
it
about. Oh, go ahead.
it's it dude, it's so great. I mean, I'm going off of what you were just saying, but it's such a great position to create because he is king and he can't be weak, and this can't be there's like no moment of weakness possible, right? But you also can't understand what he just went through and expect him to not be upset, and to the point of how bad it is, where he looks like he's he's completely, you can't, he's inconsolable. You know, you can't even talk to him.
Yeah, it's
He's just not that.
despondent. He's
Yeah, like despondent's a good word. Yeah, he's not there. But you can't actually have that. Well, I mean, I guess in the moment you're like, this better not last, because if so, we're in deep shit. You know, because he's the fucking king, man.
yeah.
He's our ruler. So what now?
This
You know, so you
episode, man,
can't really be very patient.
it is such a like going back through it, it's such a great opening episode to a
Yeah,
series
yeah.
and establishing the characters quickly and
And
lot going
turmoil.
on, a lot of
Yeah.
action, a lot of anxiety building tension. Like there's a lot to like
A lot
about
of
this opening
positioning, a lot
episode.
of politics,
Yeah.
and setting it all with new characters that we don't know who the fuck they are. You know, if you're just turning on the show, you know, you don't know any of these things.
And they
You
do a
know,
good
it's
thing. Like
all
like the way they do, this scene is a perfect example where you got the background of his wife and the turmoil going on there. Then you got these guys kind of fighting each other, going off at the slightest
mm, you match
little
the
slight,
passion and
and then
emotion.
and they're talking about like, look, there hasn't been a real war since Magor 70 years ago. You know, we had the 55 years of Jahari's peaceful reign, and then we've had 10 more years with peace with Viserys. So there hasn't been any kind of real fighting going on for basically 70 years. And these guys are as green as summer grass. And so they're laying that groundwork for shit's just building. There's already pressure building to begin with. Like these guys, a lot of these people, they want to fight. They are itching for a war, whether,
Mhm.
regardless
Prove
of the cost,
themselves.
they want to fight wars. Yeah. So they demonstrate some of that, but the way they kind of give that information about the how many years of peace they've had, and the mentions of Magor and Jaehaerys, like the way they kind of slip these in during a pretty brutal fight scene, and then it comes back
That
to
that's what I was saying. Yeah,
him having to make the choice.
the parallels are so great because it's the stakes are high on, well, they're presenting high stakes on one end. They're extraordinarily high just on the subject matter on another end, but then also you have two brutal events happening at the same time. Even with the sport, it's, you know, it's not the realm up in upheaval or anything, but it's still, you know, two dudes fighting seemingly to the death. We don't really know. You know, we haven't been here before.
Yeah, and then so Malos tells him, he's got to make the choice. He makes it, and then we get the fight between Damon and Kristen Cole. And so some people I think they were mistaken, like I saw people when they were talking about this episode like, oh, they changed Kristen Cole's backstory. They definitely did. It's the same exact background. Unless I missed something, like I went watched it multiple times. I'm pretty sure they did it exactly the same. Like his father was a steward of Lord Dondarrion at Blackhaven, which is a part of the southwestern Stormlands. So Stormlands are near Dorne, and I think the confusion is his place is located in the Dornish Marches, but that's north of Dorne. That's part of the Stormlands, so it's not part of Dorne. It's just the Dornish Marches are a little bit north of Dorne's actual lands, and so I think that's where the confusions were coming. Is like, oh, they made him Dornish. It was like, no, 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 he's still the Lord Dondarrion at Blackhaven. The way he looks is kind of the way he's described in the book. He would look Dorne because he's basically in a land that is right on the border of Dorne and the Stormlands. It's just north of it, so he's kind of right in that in between spot. But he's pretty accurate to not much is that different from him in the way the book describes him and the way the show describes him. It's just they spell some things out a little bit more clearly in the show than they do in the books.
Mm.
But he's basically the same type of dude. It's not a lot different. I think they did, like, some people have a problem with how they portray Cole, but I think that's just the way they interpret Cole. Like, again, the books leave enough room where you can have multiple different interpretations of a character. I think the show's interpretation fits along with information you get in the book. I could just see that, someone else would have a different interpretation of him. I could see that as well, but I don't think the show is like ruining his character or something, along those lines. I think they did fine with him. But I love this fight with Damon.
I could see how people would have some feelings about what happens with him because it's massive. He goes through huge peaks and valleys in terms of a character. It has
Yeah.
basically a complete reversal.
Yeah, 100%. Like the wham. Like these guys coming in and just smoking each other like that. Like that stuff is pretty freaking great looking. I want to go like this. He just knocks the dude over. Like that's perfect Damon right there. Like here, you do your job. Eat that. Boom. And then kind of the goes between. I'm not gonna show the disgustingness of the them cutting the baby out of her belly, but yeah, they make the decision, and they're gonna start bringing the babe out now. And then you got the anguish on his face, and then she starts to realize what they're about to do, and she doesn't make it
Yeah.
any easier, which is understandable. Where she's like, "No, don't do this."
Yeah.
It's like, yeah,
Yeah. It's
there's no
brutal,
real
man.
choice here. But yeah, they
I remember
didn't
watching
hide
it
from the brutality.
I remember watching it the first time and I was just like, they're going there. They're going with it. I mean, it's what it's brutal, but it's what you want for the tenor of the show because it's willing to go to those levels. It's willing to go
Like
dark,
just
and
look at
difficult.
just the look on her face as they're cutting her open, and just that horrified screaming right there. Like it's a brutal scene. It's a
Yeah.
brutal scene to watch. It would I could see some women that have had some troubled pregnancies getting real squirmy watching that scene.
It's
But then you
I
get
couldn't imagine having complications, frankly.
no,
I've
it'd
been
be
in that
rough.
room.
It'd
I've
be
been in that room
rough.
twice, and any complications are fucking very very stressful. And then not having 0 and having it end very quickly is more shocking.
Yeah.
I kept looking around like, "What are you guys joking? Is this a fucking joke? Are you guys joking?" Yeah.
Second one went smoother.
So the second one went so freaking fast. The first one was like 24 hours. Second one was like 2 pushes out. Then they said that, and I was like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." And then that's exactly what happened. I was just like, "Cool." I was
Did you,
shocked, completely fucking shocked.
did you see the picture? Like someone had a meme where they ordered a pizza while their wife was in labor, and like just in the caption was like, "This is taking forever." He's sitting there with his feet up eating pizza. He just ordered from like Papa John's or something like that. It's a
Jeez.
classic picture. Of course,
I
people super sensitive people got, all butthurt over the joke, but it's like,
well, I love the old movies, old shows. It's always like dude's either like he's just sitting there smoking cigars. That's like the whole thing is just he's just chilling,
yeah, a
you
lot of
know?
the times they wouldn't even let the men in the room.
Yeah, which
And
is crazy.
yeah. So, yeah, it's,
It's
I mean,
crazy to think you
realistically, like, what would I be doing there other than like a hand of support? But like, for the most
well,
part, if I was just me personally, if I was in that amount of pain, unless like I was just having like some breaks where I could like shoot the shit and talk, like, but if I'm just like in agonizing pain, like I don't need anybody fucking around. Like, just whoever's trying to fix the problem, you be around, fix this
yes,
problem,
but
and anybody else, don't even talk to me. Just you would annoy me.
yeah, that's not what it's there. Yeah, I mean, I would say I wanna be there to make sure shit ain't going bad.
Yeah, of
If something
course.
goes
Yeah. No,
bad,
no, no.
you're
I'm
being
talking about
held
as like
fucking accountable.
as far as like the, the person, you're not really there's not much you're going to be there for unless a decision needed to be made,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
something
yeah.
along those lines. But
Yeah, I'm
like as
not.
far you're not going to help deliver the baby. You're
I
not that
did.
much help, as
I
far
did
as like
pull.
soothing.
I did pull a leg back. That was on the
uh,
first one. That was fucking brutal. God, it was brutal.
Pull your wife's leg back.
Yep.
You should leave her alone. She's trying to deliver a baby.
This
Why are you
was the
stretching
last
her
moment.
out?
This was the last moment. It's like, oh, okay, so we're literally gonna break. I was like, we're gonna break her. This is gonna fucking. But it's what had to happen to get the first one out.
Hmm,
It
that
was
sounds fun.
fucking brutal.
Well, it sounds fun.
It's not
And
though. It's very brutal. Second one was more fun if you want to, less agonizing.
yeah, he gets his sword. He's fighting with he's got a Valerian sword. That's an unfair advantage.
Damon
Unless
seems
he's
to
not
be
using his Valerian sword. I can't see if they give a good look of it.
Damon strikes me as someone who will always be willing to take the unfair advantage.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But Kristen Cole is doing a good job of tearing the shit out of that shield.
Yeah. Apparently that mace is pretty formidable.
Damon would have won though. Like he was doing good, dominating this fight, which looked pretty good. And then we go back to horror fucking movie shit. And then he had to showboat. Like,
That's good. That's good for the character. He had to put the ball, had to do the high step on the 10-yard line.
knocks. God, man, like you guys gotta
It was
interpose, man.
intense. They did a great job with it too.
Look
The
at
funny
Damon.
thing,
He's such a fucking
Brother
prick
Shield.
here.
Every time I see anything like this where there's a mace, I'm always like, this dude ain't got a shot. It just always feels like it's cool looking, but it always looks like against something like a sword. Just
Love the
seems
look at
so
his face.
impractical. Put the arms up. Always a bad
Matt
move.
Matt Smith doesn't. He looks like he is Damon. It does not appear like someone is acting. He just, oh,
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
brutal.
yeah. No, it does have that feeling like where I'll forever see that dude as this guy. Doesn't matter what he does.
He's so good in this role. Like, I mean, he does such a great job acting. I love this whole scene. It's great. And then yeah, the horror show. Kristen Cole. This is from the books, but this again happened when Rhaenyra was like 7 or 8 years old, and she got all smitten with him and hassled her dad, and he let Kristen Cole become her kind of personal guard, and that eventually led to some problems when she got a little older. But they're starting it off that way in the show. They do a good job of kind of building their relationship. They also did a good job with Strong, with Breakbones, because
Mhm.
I was watching this week to week, I was like, man, how are they going to develop Breakbones? Because they, like, after the first 3 episodes, I was like, it's got to be coming up pretty soon that Breakbones got to step in, and they were able to do it with very limited time to establish
Yeah.
his character.
I mean, there was a couple like head nods, right, where you kind
Yeah.
of saw him in passing a couple
Yeah, you
times.
see him
And
once in episode 3, and
the
then
mention,
she runs into him, and and when she's running away from Damon and in the city, when he takes her out and then eventually takes her to brothel, she runs into a guard that's him. And yeah, so you
the
see him a couple times in minor
the
parts.
the mention between Viserys and Strong's, Breakbone's father was big because he's like, "Oh, let me guess, your son would be the perfect match, right?" He's like, "Ah, you flatter me, but no." But that was, we got that mentioning, and then yeah, carrying her out of the room when shit went down. He saves the day. He gets to be the hero.
So yeah, then you get them telling everybody about what happened. Yeah, he does pick Balin. Everybody getting the news, walking out, and you just got Rhaenyra sitting there by herself with a kind of shock, knowing what's going on, but clearly probably not wanting to deal with it, not wanting to accept it. Be rough. That would be a rough one.
Yeah.
This girl did a great job. Like, I mean, the directing's on point with the facial expressions. Like when they're not
Yeah.
talking and the facial expressions, they are able to portray the emotions extremely well.
I would be interested, like, how many takes,
Look at his face.
because they never that's one thing about this, they never fuck up. Not once do I see a fuck up on, and I see it on other shows, man. I see it a lot where it's like, they just let the actor go with that, or, was that final decision they thought, that'll work. But I never see it on these episodes. It's always so tight and everything makes sense and there's reason to all of it, and the energy matches, the feeling of the scene, and it's
Yeah,
all on point,
you
man.
wouldn't have any mistaking what Viserys is going through if you saw that guy and just
Well,
walk by.
that was the big blow when I watched the episode, was that right there, and you're like, "Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
All that for nothing? Oh, man." Talk about the double blow. Holy shit, that's brutal.
But then you also get, Damon stepping up. Everybody, like yeah, Allison feeling bad
It was a
for him.
big
And then you
moment.
see like Damon's face, like,
Yeah.
you know,
Huge
yeah,
moment for,
I wonder
Rhaenyra.
if during those few hours my brother lived, what did
I
she
loved,
say? My father finally found happiness.
oh, yeah. That's brutal. That's fucking brutal. But, her delivery, the moment that she says Dracarys, is the hesitation and then the delivery, it's so fucking good.
Yeah.
And then to have that happen, again, you want us in this world, they die, what happens? Dragonfire. That's fucking, man, that's given us a feeling of, like, real authenticity to how this world is.
Even like this little stuff with the, Damon, your father needs you more now than he ever has. And like you could see he genuinely cares. It's not like there's no reason
Yeah,
for him to,
he's not
put
playing.
up a front here.
Yeah, he's not positioning. We definitely get that feeling here for sure,
He
which is
genuinely about his
important.
brother.
That's actually quite important too, because I start to forget, as we go through. I started to forget, like, where his allegiances lie, because he plays such a wild card.
Yeah, I mean,
This
they
this
do a
this
good
right here
job
is,
of that whole arc. I mean, because it gives the impression that, is he? I mean, is he all about himself? Does he really give a shit about, like? But there's always the back and forth on it where, like, beats the shit out of the messenger when his brother is like, "Hey, man,
yeah,
I'm coming. I got your back," and he beats the shit out of that guy and does it himself. Like, fuck you, you're not helping me.
yeah, I
And
love it.
then the other moments where like this, or when Corliss starts talking shit about Viserys, and he's like, "No, no, no, that's my brother. That's my family. I can say what I want. You don't say shit."
Yeah,
And so you get
fuck.
the kind of the back and forth, and how it's a dynamic relationship. It's great storytelling. That's why it's
This
entertaining
look
to watch.
this look right here she's giving is so, it's complex, man, because she got to be, feeling for him, but then also she's desperate. She needs help. She needs him, but he can't give her anything, you know. And then it's also like, you need to lead right now. He can't do it, so she has to step in. It's like there's a lot in that. So there's a lot in that
And
fucking
like
moment.
there too, like Damon just kind of watching his brother, like he feels bad. Where's the dragon spitting that fire? Fuck, that would be brutal. Like, what a horrible situation to sit there. And then they see this is where we get Otto. It's like, dude, Otto is not fucking Tywin Lannister. Like when people say that,
Yeah.
it like floors me because there's scenes like this where I'm like, what are you talking about? This is
It's
such a
funny.
dumb time to broach this subject.
I really like how it plays out though too, because it's like, look, I know this just happened, but this is important. We got to do it. And then it's like they keep trying to like, and then finally it boils over enough where it's like, fucking now, which was the problem to begin with. It was like the elephant in the room that they thought they addressed, but it's like it's not going away. It still just happened. You know what I'm saying? So it's really interesting that he tries to dance it anyway, but it's like you're a fucking idiot, dude. You knew you should have been patient and not done this now, but you're like, well, we got to do it anyway. So didn't work out for you. So
Yeah, and so Otto wants Damon gone from the court, and then Damon is secretly listens. And I like when Viserys is like, Damon, it's many things, but he does not want to. He's not ambitious for the crown. And then Damon laughs.
yeah.
They show Damon, and it just shows him laughing at that comment. But yeah, their concern is that
Do you
Damon
think
would be another Magor. I like
do you
that.
think
An army 2,000 strong, an army you gave him.
do you think he laughs because he's wrong or because he's right?
I think he laughs because at the idea that he wouldn't want to be king. I think Damon is
That's what
like,
I'm
"What are
saying.
you talking
So
about?" I like
it could be that, or he could be
that's
laughing
where like
because
I
he's
think he's
fucking
laughing
right.
at the idea because like when he calls him weak, I think that's the kind of shit he means is like, and that
Yeah.
you trust Otto.
You don't
You
see
think
the
I don't have the ambition to be king. Like you don't, you see what you want to see instead of what is right in front of your face. Like I'm an ambitious person. Otto's a snake. And you can't see either of these things because you want to see the best in people. You want to see the best in everything, and that's why he's saying you're weak. You need me to protect you from that weakness.
yeah, I would protect you. Yeah.
And so I think, he's laughing at at the weakness of that, how weak it sounds when like to say that about Damon is, come on. It's like, come on, dude, you're being naive. And even Otto calls him out on that. He's like, I've never met, someone that wasn't ambitious enough for, that kind of power or whatever he says. But, so Otto is pushed for Damon to be gone. Malos and Otto both suggest Rhaenyra. Lionel Strong opposes it because it would break 100 years of precedent. And Valerian Corlys, he initially backs Damon, but also suggests Rhaenys, his wife. And
Lionel Strong gives good advice
yeah,
throughout.
yeah, he's kind of a Ned Stark type of figure in this
Yeah.
story in this season. He's just like a good dude that tries to do what's best for the realm, and but doesn't play the game well enough. You know, like getting his son out of there might have been the right thing to do, but um, he set himself up to be wiped out by not being a little more gangster and playing the game.
That also makes him like Ned Stark.
Rhaenyra, a girl, a girly girl. You mean a girl with lady parts?
Yeah, it's a little on the nose, huh?
No queen has ever sat the Iron Throne. That is only by tradition and precedent. So yeah, 100 years of it, and not only that, it's thousands of years with the rest of the lords of the land. Like this idea that this would be, well, hey, look, finally doing what's right by women. It's like no, 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 no. You're destabilizing this entire world. This is not our world. This is a completely different world with different values, different precedents, different traditions. This would be a major destabilizing event.
And it is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's
It's
why George
exactly
R. R.
what.
Martin's a great writer, is because he puts these pieces in play and then he plays them in a way
Well,
that would
that
be
line
realistic based on the characters and the culture and the world, and like everything makes
Well,
perfect
what
sense.
Strong just said, like right before this, it was just on there. Sorry, I didn't fucking. But what he just said is like, if we want peace and stability, then perhaps not. We shouldn't break 100 years of fucking precedent by
Yeah.
naming a girl. Like, if that's what we want, if that's what you're saying you want, and then they go, yeah. So it's kind of that. It's that discussion of, do we want to be another Jaharis, or then they just go right to Damon would be a second Magor.
Yeah, that's the concern, and I don't think he would be um,
Which is
like
funny
Magor.
because,
Magor is a
well,
psychopath. Damon is not a psychopath. Damon is very calculating in a lot of respects, but also a bit of a hothead and makes rash decisions. But
it's
he
not
does not seem
cruel.
evil. Magor
Yeah.
is straight up evil. He's
It,
a crazy person.
what's interesting is they have four examples, right? So it's like he's going to be one of these four. Well, it's like, nah, he's going to be what he's going to be, which is not exactly like any of them, but they're going to use those examples, right?
Oh, he does. I guess he does mention. He goes, Rainey's, and she already does have a male heir under her. So he mentions his son, but he doesn't propose. They could have had him propose his son to be the heir at that
Mhm.
moment, and shown like that was actually the debate that was had.
I
Viserys
like
or
I,
Laenor was the main
I like
debate.
I like what's pretty funny here to also is like he presents this as like um Otto's like, well, we still have to talk about it. Maybe we just have a peaceful discussion. And it's like, this is not the way to have it. This is not the discussion to have if you think it's going to stay peaceful. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying? Because it's like, we're not going to come to a fucking agreement. We're all going to be screaming at each other. And then this is what will happen is you'll be reminded that my wife and son are fucking dead. Just happened. That's why we shouldn't be discussing this now. Everyone get out of my fucking room and go fuck yourselves. But he says it in a much more poetic and
like that. Will not
well-acted
sit
way.
here and suffer crows that will come to feast on their corpses.
He fucking delivers. Every one of his blow-ups is so good, man.
And they're held back so much where like
Yeah, yeah.
it's kind of
It
surprising when it comes
builds.
from him because you don't get that impression that he's got that in him.
Yeah, it builds. It builds each time, and you can feel it, and the little shots show it, and then
And then
finally
give a
just
little nod here where they show Malos and Otto kind of talking together privately, where they both were in agreement in the small council, kind of showing that those two are kind of in alignment with each other.
what was he just doing, by the way? He was making a tea or some shit?
I don't know. I don't know. I think he was
What?
giving him like sealing wax or something, maybe.
Oh. Always wonder when I see a maester doing some shit with somebody that's shady, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it
To
was
poison somebody.
sealing
Is
wax.
he rolling
Like
a
they
joint?
were, I'm pretty sure he was sealing a letter.
Nah, I think
Yeah,
he's rolling a joint.
yeah, that's what he's doing. He's sealing a letter.
They're about to
Oh no, no, no! I know
have
what
a
he's
little
doing.
dinner together.
He's sending message to his brother, the Lord Hightower.
Hmm.
So that's what he's doing. So he's given this to Malos to
This
send
is
to his
he's
brother. He's given him
oh yeah.
a note to send to his brother.
He's rolling a joint, dude. He just blows on it at the
Yeah,
end.
he's given his brother a joint.
That's cool.
Send a raven to Old Town straight away. Yeah. So that's sending a note to his brother. Then he, gets his daughter to go sleep with try to seduce the king. What any good father would do for his daughter.
Remember what I taught you about those hand jobs?
Yeah.
It's time to use your gift.
No, it's remember she taught him about the hand gibbers. Otto had no idea about hand gibbers before Alicent taught him. She's like, look what I taught Jaehaerys. And Otto was blown away by it, and he saw he could use that power of her hand gibbers to his advantage for the family.
Well, whatever it takes, I guess.
But yeah, and so he tells her to, dress up, wear her mama's clothing,
Yeah, yeah. It's
get in
creepy.
there, get in there with Viserys, old Old guy with the leprosy. He's gonna be looking real sweet in a few years. That episode where he's on top of her with his like back all
Yeah, it's so
disgusting
gross.
looking. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
what a terrible life.
talking about doing your duty, Jesus.
That was a
I
rough
get
one.
it. Yeah,
What a scummy thing to do to use your daughter in that way. Like
yeah.
that's
She's a very interesting character as well. Like, because I mean, we get this origin story, and the idea of being able to do that. I mean, if you think about that, the idea of being able to do that in one season, it's pretty amazing.
yeah. There's a lot of really good long character arcs. They do a good job in the show, and like each episode has a good solid arc to it, and some of the character arcs, and for a particular episode are clean. Like Damon's in episode 3 with at the Stepstones. It's like a nice solid arc, even though he's only in a couple scenes. But the season long arcs are pay off very well. Like they do a real good job of developing the characters and making their entire story pay off.
Yeah, I mean, the Viserys. I don't know how long. Do you know? Is this going to be 3 or 4 seasons? 3 seasons?
I
You
think
know,
they're going to do 4 seasons.
4 seasons. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do, but this Viserys, this what the actor was able to do throughout this season, just the evolution of his experience is amazing.
The his little Legoland is super dope. It says Rep Legoland of Valyria. That is super cool. I would like to have that. Someone should make one of those or
Should
buy
hook
that
you up.
from HBO
Yeah,
and give it to
yeah,
me.
yeah. That's cool.
So, internet, get on that.
You just told the internet to get
Yeah,
that for you.
yeah. Look at that.
Interesting.
That thing looks cool as shit.
That's just the beginning, bro.
Yeah,
Or
no.
well, it's not the beginning, but it's the beginning of our seeing it. Gets a lot bigger.
Yeah,
It's his little
it's
project.
pretty fucking cool. He's got some artistic talent. This guy, he didn't need to be king. He just let this guy go play with his Legos, man. Leave him alone. Let him enjoy his family and play with the Legos. Do you imagine like Viserys with his kids going to Legoland? The dude would be the happiest man in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, he'd be ecstatic. They
Just
start
his daddy's
fighting
got to
and
be the
breaking
king.
stuff.
Yeah, and they start jamming Legos in each other's eyes. It's like, God damn it, I can't take you anywhere. Uh, but
So is Damon being somewhat tactful? Or I mean, sorry, is he being somewhat strategic in doing what he does there? Or is he just going off the, just doing something stupid, like getting
um,
hammered and, fucking making these comments?
I don't know. Like, I think maybe he was just kind of saying what the people wanted. The people that were there, what they wanted to hear, and so I think it was more along those lines than he was actually doing anything malicious.
So just not thinking it through, which is a little bit of a Rhaenyra trait as well, right? Of just doing what you want to do in the moment, not thinking about the repercussions, because it has some serious repercussions.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I assume that's you don't know. Like, I mean, it could have just been something he thought was funny to say to his
Mhm.
to his friends, but I don't
Well,
necessarily think
that's
that there's
why.
anything malicious behind it based
Well,
off of
that's
the rest of his character.
the reason I bring it up is we don't know. That's why I bring it
He
up.
doesn't seem
If you
cold-hearted. Like, I
can't,
mean, you see him at the funeral, like he does seem to
mm,
genuinely care. He doesn't seem to be celebrating in this
no,
moment. It's only
yeah.
when they kind of like, "Hey, give a speech."
You know what?
Like,
I think
yeah.
maybe it is because we get a few times he likes making the inappropriate jokes.
Yeah.
right? He likes at the worst times, right? He laughs when at his wife's fucking funeral because someone made a funny joke. So he just likes, racist jokes in a crowd full of mixed races. He thinks
He
that
get
that's when it's the funniest moment.
Yeah. Viserys gets after him with the, I will have my Kingsguard cut out your tongue. The heir for
Yeah,
a
he's
day. Did you
yeah, he's
say?
not he's not fucking around. He's sitting there
Like Damon is
holding the
just like,
sword.
we all grieve in our own way.
Yeah, that's a fucked up comment. That's how you grieve? You
Yeah.
make fucking jokes in public? That's you're a weird dude, bro.
I like this dynamic because you could see
It's
Damon is just kind of also like he probably does feel a little bit, regret and at what he said, but then also he's got to be like, dude, you're not using me. You're just trying to waste me, like throwing me like, here, go be the master of laws or the master of this or run the gold cloaks. And he's like, you're just wasting me. And he's like, and you got Otto here, who's a snake. Yeah, and like you see that, like where he's like, you only have only ever tried to send me away to the Vale, to the City Watch.
Yeah, what I see a lot playing out here also is Damon's of the mind of we're fucking Targaryens, we do whatever we want. And
And
Viserys is more of the line of yes, but I give a shit what people think, and what people think and see matters. And what you're doing, because he's so reckless, that looks like you can't lead. You know what I'm saying? Because like I can't have you as hand as hand because people think you're fucking reckless, and they're not wrong because you do all these reckless fucking things. But again, if in Damon's mind, it's like I don't give a shit. We're fucking Targaryens. Let us be reckless. We do
but
whatever we want. We
he
got
does.
dragons.
He understands though that you can't just do whatever he wants. Like he specifically says that to Rhaenyra when he takes her to the, down to the city when she's just like, what they matters, what they think doesn't matter at all. And he like corrects her on that. And it's like, no, 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 you don't get it though. What the people think is important. And he's obviously he knows that because like that's why he's sitting there taking his men to fucking brothels and shit like that. He's building up loyalty in people. He just has a completely different approach to it than Viserys, and he's much more brutal. And like when he sees enemies and threats, he sees them and is like, we need to get rid of them. Whereas Viserys is like, no, Otto's a pretty fucking sweet dude.
Hmm.
But I think he gets it. I just think he's got a different approach, and he does some crazy, stupid shit too. I mean, he'll do some reckless shit out of spite, and those are his problems. Is he will like lash out and let his emotions overcome his more reasoned side. But he's also like from his perspective, it was like when there was the chance that Jaehaerys could name Rhaenys or Laenor as the heir and bypass Viserys, and Corlys was getting ships and getting a fleet and building an army, Daemon went and started building an army for Viserys. It wasn't like
Mhm.
Viserys was building an army. It was Daemon who was building an army ready to defend his brother's right to the throne. Obviously that has a benefit to him as well, as it would put him next in line. So it's not like it's just completely, altruistic, but he was fighting for Viserys from the beginning and to defend his position. And so he would feel like I went to bat for you. I was ready to go to war for you. And now you're just wasting me as like the leader of the city guard. Like, come on, bro. But yeah, there's a lot of good shit in here, and
That's a big
he
one.
points
Second
out
son who stands to inherit nothing because we get that gives us the amen complex, right? Which I mean, it lives in this world.
well, yeah, and I mean shows Otto Hightower, and like this is like the becoming the hand of the king and becoming in this kind of prominent position, like he has no better alternative. This is as best as he could get. So it shows, why he would want to maneuver his daughter into becoming queen and his grandson into becoming king. And because you're in a position where he can't inherit, and pass down, the high tower land to his kids. So this is his way of upstaging his brother and his family and his station. But yeah, and you get with Damon sitting there talking about, he doesn't protect you. He's like, from what? It's like, yourself, you're weak. And they know it.
And
But
actually, that position right there shows it. Him sitting there with the sword in front of him, like he knew his brother was coming to talk to him.
that's probably got to be Blackfire at the sword too, the way that design is. But yeah, he says, I've decided to name a new heir, and he tells Damon to kick rocks. When Damon walks to him, guards just kind of step in between. Damon realized, went a little too far, pushed it. Viserys was this was a stupid decision, though. I mean, it's a bad decision.
You know what he
Viserys
should
is
have done?
reacting out of anger.
You know what he should have done right then? He said, "Before I leave, I have a joke. Do you like
Yeah.
dead baby jokes?"
Yeah. All right, hold on. But you should have heard the laugh I got. You haven't, like, you haven't even heard the joke. Like, they told you it. They told you it without the inflection, the right inflection, the timing. They didn't have it down. Like, when I told it, it killed. When they told it, it bombed. Like, we're
Dude,
not the same. Otto is not as good a comedian as me.
I have a feeling, yeah, he would be all about dead baby jokes because none of them are really jokes. It's just nothing but offensive. That's all it is extreme offense. So very appropriate. Yeah, HBO dropped the ball there. I have to admit, that's one place they really dropped the ball. It's topical, Actually, it's not anymore. It was maybe 15, 20 years ago. I feel like they were hot, for a while.
Let's see. Then we get, Viserys tells Rhaenyra that she's the heir. So, this happens in 105 AC of the book. So when she
Oh
was
yeah,
8
Song of
years
Ice and
old.
Fire.
So it happens when she was 8 years old in the book.
Damn,
She's
they put
obviously like
so
15 in this.
they really, I mean, they did such a good job launching the season because what else? I mean, and they give the Song of Ice and Fire, and we get the blade and all that. I mean, it's a great way to summarize and get people jazzed up. It's like, oh yeah, it is Game of Thrones.
Yeah, and she's all, you haven't spoken to me since the funeral. Now they bring me down here. It's like,
It's
hold
just kind
on.
of
I'm about to make you the heir. Shut up.
Yeah. No, it's also kind of interesting where he's like, all right, no more emotional shit. I'm about to tell you some real shit. He's
Yeah.
like, well, this is serious. So shut the fuck up. I know you lost somebody close to you. So did I. Yeah, it was my wife. It wasn't just your mom. It's my wife. I'm hurt too, but shut the fuck
He's
up.
also,
That's
yeah.
what it
And
is.
he's about to hand the keys to the kingdom, not
Yeah.
yet, but potentially handing the keys to the kingdom to a 15-year-old girl. So he's like, hold on, it's time to get serious. We gotta talk. And everyone says Targaryens are closer to gods than men, but they don't control those dragons, which you definitely see in the last episode this season, where they're old Aemon was out there like, I'm going to use my dragon to scare him a bit and just terrorize him. I'm not going to kill him, but Vagar had other plans, and Lucerys couldn't control his dragon, and so it went and got scared and spit fire at Vagar, and Vagar was like, nope, not my chomp on you.
Yeah, man. So fucking. Again, what a way to end an episode. Holy shit. That was badass.
Man, that's a big dragon
I was
head.
gonna say, when you talk about, sets, how about this set? So fucking like, this big ass skull, all these, candles.
He tells her everything she wants to hear at this point. Um, but yeah, and so he tells her the Song of Ice and Fire prophecy, and you get, and some people were talking about how it doesn't make sense that this this prophecy would get passed down from king to king, but I think this is straight from George R. R. Martin. I think this is something we're going to see in the book, or yeah, in the remaining either Winds of Winter or Dream of Spring, one of the last two books, because there's a section in there where Barristan Selmy is talking about Rhaegar Targaryen, and he said when he was younger, Aemon thought that Prince Rhaegar Targaryen was the prince who was promised, since the smoke. Since the smoke would be from the fire at Summer Hall and salt from the tears of those who cried there. Young Rhaegar agreed with Aemon that he might be the prince that was promised. According to Arston Whitebeard, one day Rhaegar found something in his scrolls that changed him, and he decided to become a knight, telling Sir Willem Darry, I will require a sword and armor. It seems I must be a warrior." And I think what that's hinting at is when they drop that information in the Song of Ice and Fire books, is that Rhaegar found this prophecy, the Song of Ice and Fire prophecy about the White Walkers and that kind of shit. And so
That
I
was
think,
why he became a warrior.
yeah, because he didn't become a warrior because he might be the prince who was promised. It was after he read a different scroll about something else, and then he was like, apparently I must become a warrior. And I think they probably have that information from George R. R. Martin, and they put it in here. So I think this is probably a book
Mm,
spoiler. But yeah, so he tells her that, and then she gets all fancied up. Everybody swears to her. Lord Hobart Hightower is Otto's brother, and then yeah, the Rickon Stark,
Stark. Mhm.
the Stark they have. Rickon Stark was born in 96 AC. He died in 121 AC, so he'd have been 9 years old for this moment in the book in 105 AC. Um,
Mm.
if they're saying it happened in 111 AC, he'd be, 15. In the show, he's an old man.
He's an old dude. He
So
looks
I
like a
don't,
Stark.
yeah. So they obviously aged him up significantly.
I wonder why.
Borman, yeah, I don't know. Probably just, yeah, I have no idea. I don't, I would be curious what the reasoning
Mm.
would be. They probably just thought it looked better if he was an old man. But yeah, and then Damon flies off with Caraxes, and everybody's sworn allegiance to Rhaenyra. And that's the episode.
Pretty badass. But like I said, I mean, in terms of presenting the show, you open up with dragons, you end with dragons.
The dragons look freaking cool. They look like
Dude.
lizards,
Yeah, dude. They look like
flying
massive
lizards.
flying lizards, man. And yeah, like the way they're able to show it's especially where, you know, like the spinal column and the arms attaching to the back. It's like those areas, man. It looks so authentic. It's really great.
Yeah, and yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff in this entire episode. The whole season is really good. Probably second episode wasn't one of my favorites, but I'm looking forward to going back through it and taking notes on it, and kind of diving a little deeper into it. I'm curious how I will like it. I liked it. I thought it was a good episode the first time through. I just didn't
Mhm.
think it was as good as the first. And but I'm curious how I will like it on a rewatch and see if it hits any differently. Um
Yeah, should be interesting. I don't remember. There weren't any that I was like, well, that one was weak. That didn't happen for me. There was one with an ending that I was kind of like, eh, but but yeah, I don't remember any like weak episodes. So I'm interested to see the progression because these characters get introduced because we still haven't met Clubfoot. At least we didn't in this episode, right? But how these people get introduced and then how some of that turmoil starts to twist, within. If I remember, she appoints or she puts a voice toward, or is the White Heart the second one? No,
No, that's
I
the
think
third
the third.
episode. This
Is
is
she?
the second episode is going to be the confrontation with Damon when he goes and steals an egg for Viserys when he says she's pregnant, and then
Ah,
also it's going to be Viserys needing to get a new wife and eventually choosing Alicent, but having his conversation with the little Valerian girl.
mm,
Um,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and yeah, and so he makes that decision to choose Allison at the end of the episode. Third episode is like 3 years later. There's like a 3 year gap, and
Mhm.
she's Aegon is having his second birthday.
Yeah, Rhaenyra solves that problem in a very significant way, which is pretty dope. I don't
Yeah,
think she gets enough recognition for that either. But
no,
yeah.
no, she shut that shit down.
With
But
style.
as far as like some of the kind of spoiler things I wanted to mention, so if you haven't read the books, you don't want to know anything about the what happens in later seasons. I'm not gonna give major spoilers, but these would be spoilers, so you would want to tune out now at this point. But if you've read the books, one of the things I like is that in for Syrax and a dance of the dragons, there's a true telling by Maester Munkin is a story that Tyrion reads, and it writes that Vagar roasted Sir Byron Swan when he tried to kill her by sneaking up behind his shield so the dragon would see only her reflection. So he's like holding his shield, trying to make it look like a mirror so the dragon would just see its reflection, but got roasted in it. But he
Mm.
tried to do something that there's a story Serwyn of the Mirror Shield did to Urax is like another famous story of a knight sneaking up on a dragon and with a mirror shield and killing a dragon. So he tried it and got killed. But Tyrion says Grand Maester, must be wrong. The dragon was in fact Syrax, which is likely correct. When you're going back through this story, it was likely Syrax that did that instead of because he wouldn't have been around Aegon's or Aemon's Vagar. Vagar shouldn't have been around at that scene. So that's a little Easter egg from Game of Thrones. Then I talked about the Vermithor and Silverwing.
Mhm.
Vermithor was Jaehaerys dragon. Silverwing was his wife's dragon, Alicent or whatever. Not Alicent. Um,
Alisane or something.
Yeah, Alsane or something like that. Yeah, I can't. I'm drawing a blank on how they pronounce it. But anyways, those two dragons will be coming up. Those are the ones that get claimed by Hugh Hammer and Ulf White. So like when they start having, they decide they need more dragon riders, and they just start letting anybody who's got any kind of Targaryen blood in them, maybe a bastard or something like that, distant relatives or bastards, or like if you got some, Targaryen blood in you, come try to claim one of these dragons. And so some people do, and
So
there's
Hugh
two of them.
Hammer,
They Hugh
but
Hammer and Ulf White are two big figures
is
in
Hammer
the rest of the story.
a bastard from like the Strong or something?
I don't know if I don't remember off the top of my head
I'm
what
just trying to
his
make the connection
backstory
because
was.
Jon Snow, I'm just trying to.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Like White and Hammer, I don't think I think they're nicknames. I don't think
Mm,
that's their actual last name.
mm.
But yeah, but they're play massive roles, and likely they'll be involved at least in the second season, if not, more. But oh, and then like the mention of Lord Stokeworth. So Lord Stokeworth, he's a guy that switches side from Rhaenyra to Aegon the second when he
Mhm.
usurps her, and then he later tries to switch back, but she executes him. She has him killed. But his there he says his daughter Eleanor marrying a Massey. There is an Eleanor Massey who is rumored to have been deflowered during the Maiden's Day Ball, which was there is a big Maiden's Day Ball to try to find a wife for Aegon the Third, and the show is likely combining these characters into one. So it's a possible Easter egg for people who know about Aegon the Third. But and also the Massey, it could be Gorman who sides with Rhaenyra and gets burned to death trying to ride Vermithor, Jaehaerys dragon, who Hugh the Hammer ends up claiming. So that Massey, it could have been name dropping a guy that's going to get torched to death, trying being one of the guys that tries to claim a dragon but fails.
It'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing the visual of a dude on Dragonback getting torched to death. Like what that'll look like.
I don't think they get on Dragonback and
Well,
get
there
torched.
might
I think
be if they're up there fighting.
they try to walk up to
Well, I
the
know that
dragon and be
example, yeah.
like, the dragon whisper, and the dragon's like, yeah, nah, dude,
Hmm.
eat this flame.
Not like Aemon, huh?
No.
Aemon just had a
It
harder deal.
almost like Aemon, except for if the dragon, let that fire release.
That's what I mean. I mean, he put the fear into him. I mean, for what most people would have just fucking ran.
Yeah. Vhagar is
I
pretty
never would have been there in the
nonchalantly
first
ready
place.
to just light him on fire. But yeah, so I think, that'll cover it. And then we will have episode 2 will be the next one we'll record. Follow us on, Twitter and Instagram. And I'll put the links in the description so you can follow us on there to get updates, and we'll let you know when we will be recording that. But that will be the next one we will dive deep into.
Right on.
All right, everybody. Have
Ye-
a good one. Be mean to as many people as possible.
Nice.
Spit in random people's eyes.
Is that your thing for November you're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Spit in
that's
people's
cool.
eyes November. That's what I call it.
Cool. I was gonna
Fun
say,
one.
there's a lot of people give up something or do something. I've made it so far. I think it's something that I think you could do possibly. It's a combination of being very practical and I think it's ambitious as well. And like I
Mhm.
said, I've made it to November 5th. So all I have to do is make it through the end of the month.
What did you do?
I have to make it through the end of the month.
I don't know what. Yeah, but what is the?
Just period. Just make it through the end of the month.
Oh, you just got to survive.
Yeah, I mean, I've made it
Yeah,
this far. I've made it to the
that's good
5th.
job. It's a good
Yeah, I
job. I'm
mean,
proud of
shit,
you.
man. I should get more congratulations, frankly. But, a lot of people just overlook the accomplishment of having made it
I've been
5 days into
all
the month.
month
I got
doing
25 left.
doing whatever I want. Consequences be damned month for me.
Nice.
Don't care about anybody else or what they think, and just if it screws them over but it helps you, do it. And that's how I live Novembers.
That's not how you live every day? I thought that was kinda
So,
your thing.
no, just November. Just
Hmm.
I'm very dangerous to be around in November.
Dangerous to be around.
But yep, that'll wrap it up. We will talk to you guys later. Peace out.
Yep.